Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Wednesday. It's August 30th. You know what they say about it being August 30th. It's gonna be May. I couldn't help myself. There's one day a year, but we are here for day 6 of the Karen Read retrial. It feels like we have been in trial for quite a lot. So it feels like we have been in trial for 100 years, not like less than 7 days, but that's okay. It's trial day 7. Jen McCabe's on the stand. It's my guess that this is going to take the rest of today. I can't imagine that they'll be done. They are barely through her direct testimony. I just can't see them being done more quickly than that. So Jen McCabe is on the stand. That is where we are going to resume. Big rulings yesterday. If you didn't catch up yesterday on the case briefs or weren't on the live stream, it'll be linked. Absolutely do that, because yesterday was a whole whiplash situation. It was wild. So Law Nerds, I think you're ready to go to court. Like, are we ready, chat? Are we ready, chat? I think it's just time to go to court. What else do we need to say about yesterday? It's all in the case brief. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app. If witnesses change, I'll let you know. I understand life is busy. I've seen a lot of you in the case brief comments saying, I can't do the streams all day, but I can pop in when I can. But also this case is it's kind of hard for me to look at after watching the first one. I will tell you when we get to cross-examination today in the Law Nerd app, when we switch to a different witness. And of course, I am keeping an internal countdown until Trooper Proctor takes the stand. I think you probably are too. Former Trooper Proctor. I think you probably are too. So I will let you know when the witnesses you want to see most take the stand. We're going to just ride. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I've got a cappuccino. I don't know what happened. It's not as full as it normally is. I don't know. I feel like maybe I forgot to put more water in the coffee. It's going to be fine. It feels like a Monday, Wednesday, right? But again, it's April 30th. So all day you're going to hear me say, it's gonna be May, because I can't. Look, man, Zennial Millennial, it has to happen. You ready to go to court? I'm ready to go to court. I'm ready. Let's go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the Law Nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, I'm ready. You're ready. We're ready. It's court time. It's court time. It is. It's also breakfast time, because that's what we're doing today too. I love that some of you are like, we've already moved on from coffee. I wish I had been up that long. I get to bed very late when we're in trial, unfortunately.
Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counsel, what do you need?
What is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
Oh!
I think it's 12 and 12.
Oh! We get more clips. We get more clips. I'm ready. Look, these clips, I think, were a bad idea, and I want to see them all.
12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
I want to see them all.
Yeah, 12 from yesterday.
Your Honor, we
12
have
from
these
yesterday,
clips.
12A's in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she
What
was giving
evidentiary
directions, and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Oh,
I
back
believe
to the
that those
Bella
two
child.
clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after.
She said that yesterday.
Ms.
Okay.
McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say,
said that
Mr.
yesterday.
Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to
What Jen said isn't hearsay.
Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent from the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay
About?
that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay is hearsay. If you want to get clips in, do so. I don't know if connection to that as long as they were in context, and if they passed the relevancy test. But it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So
What's the
Ms.
hearsay
McCabe
issue?
testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said,
Bella's not
at the end
hearsay.
of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could Job be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe.
She said that yesterday.
Before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house.
We talked about that
Is
yesterday.
evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's
Yesterday, I'm sorry,
fine.
I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship.
Oh, he asked that yesterday,
John would
and it was
be hearsay.
sustained.
I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday he said, what is the nature of the relationship? The reason that what is the nature of the relationship would be hearsay is because Jen McCabe wasn't in that relationship. So someone would have had to have told her the nature of that relationship. So that is starting to be the issue. Jen McCabe wouldn't have been there for that. But what Jen said on the phone and the phone being on speaker and stuff, that can all come in. The nature of the relationship can't.
Okay.
All right, and I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As to
I don't
that-
think from what I heard, she
That's not the end of Jen's testimony.
knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Yeah,
That she was giving
correct.
directions and
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Now you're deferential to the court. Now you're deferential to the court. When the court was telling you to stop on the voir dire, there was no deference at all. It was just a fucking wrecking ball, and not even like a fun Miley Cyrus wrecking ball. And now you're just like, well, Your Honor, it's just not appropriate for me to get into that. Sir,
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, so
I
we'll
haven't
bring the
finished my
jurors over.
coffee yet.
I would ask is let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
look, everybody's
let's bring
getting
the
along
jurors
now.
over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay.
Hear
Why
ye,
don't-
hear ye, hear
Yes.
ye.
Yes.
You are
Hear ye, hear ye. All right, well, that's fine. Somebody was asking how does the court already have notes on this? They talked about it yesterday. They had objections as to it yesterday. So that was happening yesterday.
Again, counsel, good
Good morning to everybody. Did we get hear ye's there?
County of Norfolk.
Yay! We got to back up enough for the hear ye's. Hear ye's. We got to have the hear. We got to have the hear ye's. Got to have the hear ye's. And coffee. 'Cause today's going to be much. Today's going to be much.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Anyone
All right,
object
good
if
morning
I put
again,
the court
counsel.
at
Good morning,
1.25 till
Ms.
Jen's on the
Reed.
stand?
Good morning,
No.
jurors.
Motion granted? Great.
We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go. This
I put her at
morning.
1.25.
Something we needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that we presented to you today.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions?
I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
The law nerds can watch us, the jury can't.
We have
You
Ms. McCabe
can
back,
like and
please.
subscribe. You can do that. Just if you're here for this testimony, you could do the YouTube things. That would be fantastic. I would appreciate that. So once Jen McCabe gets on the stand, I will slow this back down. You can't really evaluate the tenor of testimony well when it is sped up. It's just not accurate, which is why I tend to only do it with experts, because at some
You're
point
still under oath.
you're just already in it.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I will just remind everyone, I saw a lot of comments about Jen McCabe's face, demeanor, et cetera, et cetera. Demeanor, I think, is totally totally open to talk about demeanor on the stand and how witnesses testify, but also just keep in mind, we have rules about commenting on people's looks. We have rules commenting on name calling. We have all of the chat rules to keep the chat A, what we're used to, and B, what we expect. Also, Jen McCabe, like Karen Read, does have MS. So if you find it offensive when people are talking about Karen's facial expressions due to her MS, it's same for Jen McCabe. I think demeanor while testifying is completely fair. As regard to Jen McCabe's looks, does she present differently on the stand than last trial? Yes, she does. We'll see how that goes. But yes, she has presented differently. Here's how I see it. I was texting somebody last night. A friend had asked. I was texting and they're like, look, Jen presents totally different on the stand. She does present totally differently on the stand. It's, for me, my opinion, A, the questioning is better. It makes it easier for a witness to trust that they're going to get to say what they want to say because they trust that the prosecution's going to answer it. It's like, oh, you've got me. It's fine. But also, I think we are going with second season housewife. Second season housewife. First season, they're not quite sure. They watch it back. They consult the interwebs, and then there are changes. And for me, it is curated second season housewife. Take a look at what happens the first time, see what goes well and what doesn't, and then change it up accordingly. So that's where I'm at with this. The testimony is toned down. The dramatics have been toned down. I still find it off-putting that she mocks Karen Read and the way Karen was screaming. But we will see. That is how this reads to me, is that she paid very much attention to what was said in this case, said about her testimony, and shifted. I think she's been thinking about this a lot. Do I think the DA said anything to her other than answer what I ask and just what I ask? No. Keep it simple. Short answers. I will get to all the questions. You have to trust me. I think that that's what happened, but that's where we are at. I think she was very invested in seeing what people were saying. So, shall we continue? I appreciate all of you. I appreciate you for evaluating testimony, evaluating demeanor without attacking the person. We'll see what happens today. I like the blue. I liked the blouse yesterday better. But
Good morning.
Good morning.
I like the blue.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house.
It's gonna be a
at
day.
Meadows. Are you familiar with this
Why
house?
are we?
Yes.
Have you seen the front?
Emily, just let it play. I'm gonna. But I think the reason we're backing up is because she was getting into emotional testimony yesterday, and I think he's going to back up, get some foundation, and get back into the bulk of that testimony instead of just picking up where he left
Of
off.
his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with
For
whether
any of
there's
you saying she
surveillance
seems
system
nervous,
had-
if you had to be
Mr.
cross-examined by
O'Keefe
Alan
Yes.
Jackson or Brennan, would
I
you feel
approach Ron?
nervous knowing
Yes.
that that's coming? Would you feel nervous?
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
So pictures.
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Okay.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Yes.
Looks, is this a ring camera right here? Looks,
Do you know
What
that?
O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
It looks like a ring camera means you probably don't
Yes.
know, which means you're not the witness for this question.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes,
Yes.
Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken and missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
I agree with you that those photos are hard to see. Should they have taken more photos closer in time? Yes.
You mentioned earlier in the night.
Gene, it's gonna be May. It's gonna be May. All day. All day. It's gonna be May. All day.
You spoke to John
All
O'Keefe
day.
when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview
Because nobody
Road.
really took pictures, so they're
Yes.
grabbed from dash cams.
You also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes,
That's
I
why.
did.
Did you tell John that the house
Leading.
at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
What did you tell John?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Because it's leading.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it
Did
down
I
to
say
the
August?
end.
Oh, I'm the worst. Fair enough.
Now I want you to
Am I
take
that
us
ready for this
back
trial
where
to
we
be
were
over? No.
yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you.
So we're gonna hear the 911 call at this time, or
With the court's
soon.
permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
Yep.
No, this is for what emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to 37 Ken,
That's overclocked in the courtroom. If any of you can't understand it, I apologize. That is way overclocked in the courtroom. This is the first 911 call. I don't know if they will play the voicemail 911 call. We'll see.
34 Fairview Road, Jen Mass, there's a man passed out in the snow.
Ken, hold on.
Passed out in the snow. I'm going to start it one more time at the beginning. I don't know if there's much we can do to fix it just being the speakers just being too high in the courtroom.
45.
Yes.
Ooh, but it's
No,
terrible.
this is for what emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to 37 Ken, 34 Fairview Road, Jen Mass, there's a man passed out in the snow.
There's a man passed out in the
Ken,
snow.
hold on. Ken, please go. You can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, no, I did that.
He has the house address dead on.
I could keep going, like, you guys that area, 6 feet, okay?
Address dead on, address it, Ken.
Okay. I know.
You can hear Karen in the background saying Jen, or at least I can.
I don't think like the parents.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the south, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it.
Okay.
There's a guy.
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911 is under order. Where's your emergency?
No.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. In the,
What else? He's gonna get here, okay?
okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay.
She said we just flipped him over.
That's his girlfriend, his name is John McCabe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is,
She gave her his name.
46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Terry, is he? I don't know if he's women. There are two women trying to heat and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. I just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front of his car. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. Just, Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
He has been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something's coming out the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't know if we're going to hear the other angle of that call. I find it much clearer for those of you that asked. The jury will have a transcript of this later. But yes, there's a guy in the snow. There's a man passed out. There's a guy unresponsive. She gets to, I think he's passed away. There's a lot more in that call, but the jury will have the transcript of it. Notable, she said we just flipped him over. Everyone else says that they didn't. And I tend to believe that they didn't. So I tend to believe that they didn't. But I wonder if we'll hear the other side of this trial.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing.
It was?
I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could,
Chaotic?
and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
Oh.
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus,
My friend.
John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible, to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911
If Brennan was
operator
smart, he'd be reading the chat.
that
I'm teasing.
your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow,
Oh, no. No, we got to the guy first.
how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR?
Why
Before you
need to
called
explain that
911?
it's a silly little joke between friends? People know what jokes are.
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Carrie got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Carrie was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Chad, I don't think he was actively bleeding. We'll get to
Before
other
he was moved,
information.
did you see any active bleeding?
I
No.
don't think he was actively bleeding. I think when they were doing chest compressions, yeah. So, I don't think.
After you called 911,
I don't think he was
what
actively
do you
bleeding.
do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Carrie Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure.
If Brennan says house long
I'm
at
not
any
sure.
point today, I'm going to lose my mind.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
RVV, you're welcome.
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the
There's
moments, it seemed like
more
a long
detail to that,
time,
but I'm
but
just
I
gonna
think
leave
it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
You
And then
ran to
what
get
happened?
him.
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the
I got to be
environment?
honest,
What's
I'm really
going on
jealous my
around
hair
you?
is not that thick. I'm not gonna
Karen's
front
just
chat.
running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence.
Yeah, you can hear Karen in the background of that.
You know, John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead?
Right, like she's freaking out.
You know, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie, I think, Carrie's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Again, it's weird to me. It's weird to me that it's weird to them that Karen's freaking out.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
Dude, there's a video. Why would she know that?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
We're already well into the witness control of Hank Brennan, and there are going to be moments where, with all things, I criticize the lawyers and compliment the lawyers. I am here to watch the lawyers and see what unfold, or the lawyer's lawyer. Did you see the witness control? That's the only question. Like, do not start walking down a different path. Just immediately stop. His questioning, I think, has helped her testimony at this point be more likable than we saw in the last trial. We'll see what happens after cross, but the witness control here is an entirely different situation.
You heard the
Just
911
stop.
call. Do you know the time?
I'm waiting
of
for
that
her
911 call?
to
Not off the
roll her
top of
eyes
my
at
head,
him.
no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
Because it was
After you
Carrie's
had a chance to speak
kids.
to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset, and one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling, and I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic.
Chad, a lot of you are asking about Proctor. This isn't an inconsistency in her testimony. Proctor didn't respond to the scene. Canton PD responded to the scene. For those of you that haven't watched the trial, last time you might not know that because we haven't had any of the officers testify. But Canton PD responded first. State troopers didn't take over till later. Proctor didn't go to the scene. So he's asking who at the scene were you talking to? Who at the scene was there? That's who was at the scene that she remembers. That's not inconsistent.
So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
I accept that.
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new
Where's that?
officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say
That
anything
doesn't
to the
make any
defendant?
sense.
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying?
Ma'am. In all of your testimony yesterday, you said she was on a loop yelling, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? On and on and on. And now all of a sudden it's like, what are you saying? All day yesterday, your testimony was she was screaming. Could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? And you were like, I didn't think anything of it. And all of a sudden now you're just like, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I was like, what? But it wasn't weird when you testified about it yesterday and you said she was on a loop saying, could I have hit him? And you were like, she's being hysterical. Okay.
To look out for her?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's weird. Now it's like,
I'll strike it. You can ask it to.
oh, what are we striking? Now it's weird. Just now it's weird. That is just, it doesn't make any sense with the testimony from yesterday, among other things.
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt
Brennan.
the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
She was trying to explain, but I don't know if it does, because we went from, I don't know. I find Carrie's testimony about this to be much more consistent than Jen's testimony about this. Carrie's testimony was very much like, I'm not listening to anything you're saying. Like, you're not making sense. Like, you're not thinking logically. You're not talking logically. This doesn't make sense. So, and she never tried to explain it more. She just said, no, I just discounted what she was saying because everything she was saying was so much. So, all right, back from sidebar.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the...
Did I hear that correctly? Did I hear that correctly? The officers told you to go wake them up? The officers told you to go wake them up?
An inquiry regarding hypothermia. Did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there...
Really? I know a lot of cops. People in three-letter agencies, first responders, firefighters. I don't know any of them that sleep with a door unlocked. Chad, how about you?
Were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So
That's a lot of exposition.
It took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know.
That's a lot of
your interaction
explaining.
With your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Did you get a gun pulled on you?
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
Or
a
dog?
Did you go, and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs, yes.
And upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
You're not
Is there anybody in
concerned
the
about
house
dog?
at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
So you had no
Did you see
concern.
whether or not-
You had no concern that you were going to wake up a cop out of a dead sleep. And there's a lot of exposition, and none of the exposition is, I'm real worried about startling him awake. Okay.
The officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation, do you know?
Where'd you go?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law?
So someone else in uniform walks into the house. You're coming downstairs. I don't know if Albert and your sister ever got dressed, but no one, there is so much exposition about the world happening around me and so much explaining, but there's no explaining about, and I asked, and I needed someone to wrangle the dog. I am not a dog owner, but I don't think German Shepherds are super chill with people just coming into their house and all of the sirens outside and the screaming, and we're just wouldn't it be a discussion of, hold on, let me get my dog, or can you get the dog, or hey, we have to close the door because of no discussion about the dog. None. What, of all of the exposition, none of the exposition of, and now we need to do XYZ with the dog. I grabbed a leash. I asked them to grab a leash. I grabbed the dog's collar. I was scared of nothing. Okay.
Inside their home.
I was standing at the front doorway and then
Back up. I don't think the jury knows that there's a dog yet. I don't think the jury knows that there's a dog yet. I don't think the jury's heard anything about the dog. Okay. I know Jackson mentioned a dog in opening, but we've heard nothing else about it. And after the last few days, opening feels like a long time ago. Some might remember. The dog owners might remember. I would have
the
forgotten.
downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes,
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you
Just
know if he had
standing
been
there?
invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
When did they
you see
get
whether or
dressed?
not the officer spoke with your
Did
sister
you leave
and
their
your brother?
room?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did.
Are we just like, what? Did anyone get dressed? Because if you wake me up out of a dead sleep, assuming it was a dead sleep, clothes and bras need to happen. We're not, especially if it's like shit's going crazy. No?
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation, do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was
That's at
speaking
my
to
house, sorry.
your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
Spring.
I was standing at the front doorway and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
How'd Matt get there?
I started talking to Matt and almost immediately Officer Lank came, got Matt and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video
Who called Matt?
in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4.
Like, how did Matt
Like to
know
start at 6:09:57.
that you went to 34 Fairview? You told Matt you were taking the car back to John's house. Well, this video is easier to see than last time. All of you are saying, a lot of you are saying, right, I would grab something. And we've watched other videos in other cases where people are like, can you just let me grab a pair of pants? Like, can you just let me grab a rope? Like, can you just let me grab something? Like, especially in this weather, grabbing clothes seems important. Honestly, whenever we have like severe weather watches, because
Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival. If you're
no one wants to end up on the news in their nightgown. I'm dressed. But the weather is blizzarding. She said they got dressed. I mean, the time. All of you are saying, did no one need to pee? This is Seraph's dash cam. That was zooming, apparently. And again, I would understand it if she said,
please?
I don't really remember what happened. Everything happened kind of fast, and I don't
McCabe,
even
do you
know.
recognize
That
this
would make
scene?
more sense.
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue Parker
I'm not
or
on 125.
jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
We are on playback
Can you
speed
continue to
normal.
play, please?
We are not sped up. The trunk's open because they were getting blankets out and they left it. Like, people's memory of traumatic events isn't always linear. It's just much easier to understand when those witnesses say, I don't know how I got here. I don't know why this was in my hands. I don't know what I did. I don't know why I did it.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video, if we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
Y'all, the grass
I don't
is
know
not
the
green.
officer.
There are some bushes, but the spotlight is off the side of the cop car. It reads a little green because this video has been digitally enhanced, but it's the spotlight off the side.
That's myself.
It's covered in snow.
I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Lovely said, how can you see anything?
Are
Because
they
we've seen this
lifting
video.
him to the left?
No, you're guessing because we've seen it a
Can you
lot.
please, Ms. Gilman?
That's the more I've watched it, the easier it is for me. B2, thank you for the gifted memberships. Sorry
You
about the
stop there.
mower.
The person all the way to the left near the flagpole, do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.?
That I don't see.
If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15
I
a.m.?
can barely read the timestamp.
My guess is
I
that...
don't want you to guess. Just if you
I don't know.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, don't guess.
You're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
I do appreciate Brennan's witness control and his style of questioning with her. It has made her testimony, I think, easier to understand. I can see Carrie now with the blankets,
Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
the fur on her hood, not the boots with the fur.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And
I think the
person
blankets
that
went
you-
right back into the.
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please.
Blankets go right back in the car.
Continue.
Again, it's on law enforcement to collect those. They weren't treating this as a crime at this time. So, chat, you ask wonderful questions. You're like, why didn't they? They weren't treating this as a crime at this time. Why weren't they doing this? Because they weren't treating it as a crime at this time. They should have been. It's real suspicious circumstances. But they weren't treating it as a crime.
Stop, please.
And
Do
I
you
think
see
part of
the
that's-
defendant move from the right.
And this is my speculation, I think part of that's the 911 call. Part of that being the call, there's a guy passed out in the snow, non-responsive. They thought this was a medical or alcohol related. They weren't treating this as anything else. We don't see any of the, he didn't come home. There's no statements like about how afraid Karen Reed is. He didn't come home. It's unusual. They don't tell 911 any of that. So 911 is going off of there's a guy unresponsive in the snow because the concern of Karen Reed is not passed along to 911. So they are treating it strictly as a medical. Marie Wall, I don't even know what this is, but this might not be the chat for you. Because I give you how I see the case as it comes in. And right now, we are before cross-examination. So, we're going to get it as we see it. And right now, her testimony has been much better than last time.
To the left,
Yes.
do you see the yellow jacket?
But I'm not
Yes.
going to sit
You know
here and
whether or
shit
not
on
that's the woman
witnesses
first responder?
just because people think that
I
that's what
believe
should
so,
happen.
yes.
That's
Do you
not
know
happening.
why the officer moved the defendant over from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue.
Helena B, slow mode is on, that's why.
Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
Gringa Ninja in the chat said, but she told 911 she thought he was passed away. She did say that, but she also said there's a guy in the snow. She didn't say he didn't come home last night. He was out. Nobody knows where he was. They treated it like a medical. So, and everything they do indicates they are treating it like a medical.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Roxy, yep. That's not what we do. We take the cases as they come in. I don't know why she didn't say he was law enforcement. No idea. None of them did. I think Carrie might have in one call.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
stop for a moment? Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
She's probably seen this quite a bit at this point. The Mind of a Free Bird, I don't remember if they didn't have body cams yet or they didn't turn them on because they thought it was a medical. Either way, there's no body cam footage. I just don't remember the explanation for why. And if this car had just been backed up a little bit more, the dash cam would have caught more. There was so much in this case that just should have been better and should have been different. And they didn't really take crime scene photos either. They didn't treat this like a crime scene. Chad is reminding me that they don't think they had body cams at this point and might still not. I need to go through that Canton police report again and look. It's just, I get that Canton was doing the best they can, but this is an unknown in odd circumstances and they treated it like a medical.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Desiree, there's a hum when I speak because there's a lawnmower outside.
Stop, please.
Sometimes you'll hear it more than other.
Was it before or
It's the
after that
lawnmowers.
moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23.
Don't flatter yourself. It was a butt dial said, if a woman is screaming, I hit him, why didn't they treat it like a crime scene? Why isn't it in any of the reports? Why didn't EMS say to anyone at the hospital, he may have been hit by a car? Why didn't EMS ask? Hit him with what? It's almost like it's because she was saying,
with the defendant.
could I have hit him? Did I hit him? What could have happened? It's almost as if those statements were repetitive questions and everyone was like, she is clearly upset. It's almost like that to me.
Behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
And we still haven't had any of the law enforcement officers really on the stand yet. And we're still
Is
just
it during
like,
this time, 6:23 and
What?
6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
Holly Keller said as many times as Karen said, I hit him. Why isn't any of it recorded? All we can hear in these dash cams when Karen is in the background is her screaming people's names. For me, there is the one video that the defense was playing. I think they'll play it again, where Seraph is asking Karen questions and I could hear the word home. It was hard to hear anything else, but it's bits and pieces.
Pause,
and
please.
then screaming.
Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's, at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Natalie said, so no one thought to pull Karen aside and ask her, how did she hit him? Rocky said, EDB, wouldn't they put her in handcuffs if she really said, I hit him? There would be a lot more questions. And they probably wouldn't have let her just drive away with Carrie Roberts, would be my guess. They would be like, we got some more questions for you. They would have likely taken, well, I can't say what Canton would do because every time I'm like, you should have, the opposite happens. But one would think they would have taken her to the station to then
Stop,
have her
please.
calm down and ask questions.
You described that the house
wouldn't let her
had
leave
the
with
lights on.
Carrie.
Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but
No?
I did see it, yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and
The
brother-in-law?
alarm or whatever going
Yes.
on is in the video.
Can we move forward to 6:39, please?
My speculation on that is that it's likely the officer's personal phone left in the car and it's an alarm or something going on.
Stop.
There's a
Do
light.
you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened?
Light went on.
6:39.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
I was thinking the same thing.
After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Carrie Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lank said that
because Carrie left and came back with Karen before she went to pick up John's parents. Where in time are we?
one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes,
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying.
I don't know who we all are sitting around the kitchen table is. I don't know who is part of the we all. But it strikes me as odd that before they've had interviews with law enforcement, that Brian Albert wouldn't say to everyone, we all need to give statements to law enforcement so they can figure out who did this to our friend John. We need to make sure that there are no problems. we can't talk about this until everyone sits down and gives a statement. Hey, no, everybody's sitting down going, what's tea?
To get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
Did you wonder who was with Kaylee? Because y'all left and she was by herself at Meadows, clutching her phone. The last time you saw Kaylee, she was sitting in her bedroom clutching her phone. And you told her, I'm going to find your uncle. It's going to be okay. And nobody's wondering where Kaylee is and who's with her. Sorry, Chad. I'm not doing a good job at no spoilers today. I'm just mad.
Supportive, tried to help me.
What was your mood?
I was
trying to help her.
Extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
Yup.
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
Alan says objection. Hank says agreed. The court, I imagine, just looked at him and went, oh, okay.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
It's like, I also like her to stop talking.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started, things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to
it's all coming back to
myself and the female, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lank had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lank?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell them what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the.
Lank comes back. They're all still sitting around the table. And she tells Lank, I heard Karen tell the female EMT, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Not, and she was screaming, could I have hit him all morning? No. Just the one part. She doesn't know what to call Proctor since he's been fired. That's why she said officer, not trooper.
We are between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them.
I mean,
and
it's
eventually
11:30. Probably
break
half the
this,
kids are still asleep.
News to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation
the
to
teens
deal
are
with.
asleep.
Did you speak
The
to him
others
on the
might
phone
not.
before you went home or after?
Quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
Did you tell him
At
where
that
you
point,
lived?
did you share any
Or did he
information
know?
with him?
Emily, too snarky.
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home,
I mean,
did
Chad,
you,
I totally let my
have a
team sleep
meeting
until
or speak
11:30.
with Mr.
When he
Proctor?
needs to on the
I
weekends.
did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
When did you sit down and talk to Carrie? Because we've missed a whole bunch from Carrie's testimony. Like, there are gaps of time. The thing that stands out to me about her testimony, first, it is less dramatic than last time, which I very much appreciate. I think it is coming in much smoother than it did before. By the time she gets to, and Karen said, I hit him. And then I was like, oh my God, that in this testimony, not bringing in anything from the last trial, in this testimony, for me, that is a moment where you go, that's not congruent with yesterday's testimony. And there's been some incongruences within her own testimony, to be generous. But the thing that is different to me from her testimony vis-a-vis Carrie Roberts' testimony in direct is that in her testimony now, there's a lot of selling and explaining. Carrie's testimony didn't come in that way. Mike Camerano's testimony didn't come in that way. Mike Camerano's testimony told you what he remembered. And you could see how he felt as he was trying to tell you what he remembered. There was no explaining. There was just answers. So when you are looking at witness testimony, when I am looking at testimony, I am taking testimony like this, and I've watched a lot of testimony, so I have maybe a different perspective on it. But I look at testimony like Camerano's and even like Carrie's direct examination versus today's version, because I think there was much less of this yesterday, but it was much shorter testimony. And it is a very different, type of testimony as we're getting in today with explaining or trying to explain behavior instead of just saying, I did this, I did that. And with Carrie, you saw it too when she said, I don't know why I did this. I don't know why I did that. Jen is trying to explain actions. And when we get into the selling of it, it starts to it makes it harder for me to not be hypercritical. That is the thing, that the over explaining is one of those things in witness testimony that just, I'm like, what else do you need me to understand? Because witnesses who aren't selling something to you don't need you to be on their side. They just tell you. And it is what it is. Even with Whiffen, I felt like he just said, it is what it is. So you left this out. Yeah. You didn't put that in the timeline. No. They don't need you to be on their side. It is what it is. I did what I did. I said what I said. It is what it is. That's not what we're getting in this testimony.
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes, I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about
It's hard.
the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
Don't lead.
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Carrie Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Carrie had given me word that, John had passed.
She left word.
Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
No timeline yet.
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
You said you and Carrie. How did you get there?
Carrie picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Carrie, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
The thing that's missing about the taillight is that seems to have happened after she and Carrie sat down and made a timeline. So I don't know if she remembers Karen telling her about the taillight, or if she remembers Carrie telling her that Karen told them about the taillight. And that's part of the problem.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
What?
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed
The
to be
car
with
repairman is
Kaylee,
so odd to me.
And
I don't know.
we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Um,
Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Lank's daughter.
That
When
okay, that's already
Miss
come
Roberts
in, but-
drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife,
Jumped into
did
the
you
back
ever go
seat.
into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
We're jumping around in time.
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline, so Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it, and so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask her to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to do it, so I did it. She just told you.
She wanted
No,
us to
that's
remember
speculation.
and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
Yeah, that's all speculation. You should strike it. They're striking it. It's all speculation
Could
about
you
what
speak to
Peg
officers
wanted.
further in
Brennan,
the
if you wanted Miss O'Keefe to explain, you had her on the stand. You called Mrs. O'Keefe to the stand and you asked her nothing about asking them to write a timeline. Not a thing. You didn't let her explain. She's a grieving mother. It's not odd to me that she might have said, "Can you tell us everything that happened?" And I imagine if you had asked her when she testified, she would have said, "I can't understand how we ended up here." But we've jumped around in time so much that they're now talking about Sunday, and Brennan has jumped back to talking about Saturday before they talked to law enforcement. I think it's confusing. But they could have let Peggy O'Keefe explain this when she testified, and they didn't ask. And that was intentional. I do not think that Brennan just forgot. But now we're jumping around in time quite a lot.
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police at the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Did you do that? Just did you do that?
cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes, we've gone full House of Pain. Jump around, jump around,
Can you-
jump up and get
recognize
down.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed for my phone.
I can produce this as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor, we can do it at sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving it as exhibit. I do not object.
Are we moving it as an exhibit? Are they just trying to put in the consent form? I don't know if they need that. Okay. I don't know what's on the consent form. We haven't seen it. I don't know if they need the consent form into evidence. There's going to be a lot of questions about what she did or did not do with her phone. Let's zoom past the side bar. Gaelic Magic said not one kind word for Karen. I don't think there's a kind feeling there, so at least that is consistent. The username not found said, did she have Carrie's number or not? At some point she got it. I think Carrie testified to it.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you...
100%, Alan Jackson's going to say, when you created a timeline, not when you memorialized your joint memories. Okay.
discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
What? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Miguelina, will you let the app know that we have moved on to cross-examination? Oh, sir. You have left a lot of ground untread. Emily, hold on. Let's get to a better pause, and we're going to talk real quick before we get to cross, because we're going to let the app know. So at the moment, we are at the end of Jen McCabe's direct examination. It was a better direct for me than the first trial. But because I have the benefit of having watched the first trial, I know that there was a lot of ground that was not covered by the prosecution. A very common strategy is to cover the things that sting in your direct so that they don't sting as much when you get to cross-examination. I don't think the prosecution covered a lot of the things that are going to sting with this witness. So there is much ground for cross-examination. One of the things that stood out to me particularly was Jen McCabe describing how she remembered Karen telling a female EMT paramedic that Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And that all of a sudden she remembered and was like, oh my God, we have to call law enforcement to come back and we have to tell them about this. But didn't seem to have any memory of it happening earlier in the morning, which is very disconnected from her other testimony from yesterday. What we got into today was more of the explanation, and Brennan was, I think, doing his best to exhibit witness control and to say just what is asked. Brennan kept this direct examination much more succinct. It was a little disjointed as to time, but I imagine cross is going to be double, if not more, the length of what that direct examination was, because I think Alan Jackson's going to go through her story line by line. Though I appreciate that Brennan hit the points he thinks he needs to and is like, well, you're on cross-examination now. Good luck with that. Okay, Chad, I'm going to eat my breakfast. I'm going to sit down, shut up, and eat my breakfast. I imagine, this is my guess after watching his cross last time, I imagine he's not going to come out of the gate like middle fingers to the air like you just don't care. I think it is going to build because her testimony, I think, is much more palatable than last time. I think she has come off. I think there's been definitely incongruous moments, but I think she has come across to the jury at this point not as harsh as last trial. And so I don't know if the jury would be on board with him just coming out of the gate. Like, what the fuck? Because I think the jury is probably sitting there going, okay, well, this was a traumatic event for you. There's some moments in testimony that maybe don't sit right, but until we get to after cross, that might not read as anything other than this was a traumatic event to the jurors at this point. Because I think overall her testimony was more likable than at the first trial. That will probably change. But if you come out of the gate guns blazing, it could be off-putting to the jury. So, are we all ready for AJ versus Jen McCabe round 2? You guys, if you are new to this trial, put a 1 in the chat right now. And chat, you and I will do our best to not spoil this for everybody who hasn't watched this trial before. Chat, it's just going to be difficult. Just this emoji, chat, this emoji. It's going to be hard, but we've got it. Look at how many Law Nerds and new Law Nerds have not seen this yet. We're going to try not to spoil it for you. We will do our best. But if he comes in too hot...
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
It's not going to go well.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
Hey, boo-boo, you talking to your bestie on the drive over? It's a great opening question. He checked his time.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right?
I want to see if he asked them, did you watch any of her testimony? Did you see any clips of her testimony? I want to hear all about it. Just ask him. You know this trial's being broadcast. Did you watch her testimony? Did you watch your testimony from the last trial? Did you watch her testimony from the last trial? Did you go back and watch? He can't say last trial. Did you go back and watch prior proceedings?
Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
I'm sure they did.
No.
I don't believe
So
you.
for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay. So
you didn't call her up and say, you didn't get cross-examined last time. You got cross-examined this time. Sure fucking sucks, doesn't it? You and Carrie have never had a conversation where you're like, Jackson's a dick. Like, fuck that guy. None of it? None of it. Being cross-examined sucked. I don't care if you talked about what you said. You're telling me that you didn't talk about whether or not you had pit sweat when you were testifying? Come on.
let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me.
You've
just
name called this man.
from
I can't believe you didn't.
Last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Mr.
Already.
McCabe, but if you ask me what I had
Already.
for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night.
Already.
Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Already.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of
Her
what
demeanor
happened,
changed.
as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to the, well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
Right.
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story.
That's what
It's
you
the
said.
truth. It's the truth.
Okay.
Well,
So, for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts
this is
wasn't
going to
there,
go
correct?
well.
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other...
Just answer the question. It's going to go so much better if you just answer what you said, did, heard. It makes it look worse when it's evasive.
details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations. Just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to.
Yes.
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case is traumatized us. So
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think he's going to have to move on because this isn't the biggest point in the world in this. It's clear that they talk a lot. The jury knows they talk a lot. She's now answered the question pretty clearly a couple of times. If he keeps harping on it, he runs the risk of everything being so heavy-handed that it makes her more sympathetic because she hasn't gotten to the point yet where the jury's like, you said what? Really now? We're there. We watched the last trial. I don't think this jury will be there. AJ's probably there. He lived through the last trial. It's really hard to put yourself in the shoes of someone who hasn't seen her testify before. It's going to be hard for him too to separate out and read the room. But you cannot just flame her when she's saying, yes, we've talked a lot. Yes, we've talked consistently.
I believe it just traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions
I think
of
the
the
point's been
details
made.
of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your
She said
perceptions
that.
and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
And that calls
No,
for
I wouldn't.
speculation. I can't believe it. Okay.
Next question.
How many times have you met with
Memories impacted by things people tell you. I think that point's been made.
anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
She said when he was
You
new to
think
the
it
case.
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so,
You
yes.
think it might have been February, January?
She's like, I don't know.
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who
All
else
right.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan
didn't
and
take
others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
She took a breath and kind of brought it back
So
down
that's
to
either
just
4 or
answering what
5
he's
meetings
asking.
with Mr. Brennan,
which
and
I think is helpful
some
for her.
combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps.
I'm actually
the
surprised.
other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
However, this is not a
Correct.
contested point
We're-
of testimony very much. So
You asked questions
Easier
about
when
your
it's not
any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump
hot.
them all together. Any of
Okay.
these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out.
I see a lot of you saying after she started to testify, she started to say, I believe the court asked, and the court interrupted, and Jackson said, no, we're moving on. So there was something outside the presence of the jury and outside of our presence at sidebar that the court asked counsel to clarify. So Jackson is saying, no, we're moving on from that. The court said, no, we're moving on from that. So that's not something that they're going to get into in front of the jury. That's not something weird. It could look to the jury like it's odd, but I think the way Jackson said, we're not going to talk about that one, because she very clearly said the court asked. So that's not the, I don't read that as her trying to get into something. I don't read that as the DA like violating talking to their witnesses. Something happened that the court asked them to talk to her about, and they did. I don't think there's anything weird about that because of the way that Jackson and the court both said we're going to move past that.
You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those?
Oh, I want the tea too, but
meetings. Were you asked questions during those
it.
4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I
just don't
reviewed.
wanna read much into it.
I did review some of my testimony. Yes.
In what format?
And I don't think we should read
paper
into it.
transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review?
I wish you would
of
ask,
that,
did you ever?
That direct and cross-examination.
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't, he showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the
That's
type of
good prep.
questions that he asked me.
That's
What
good prep.
about what about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding?
Objection. He went
Let's take it
there.
differently. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding?
Objection.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
Dude, AJ.
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about?
I said, the thing Brennan is going to tell her is to answer the question that is asked. I don't know if he's going to get far with this because I don't think Brennan told her to do something different. I think she is editing herself based on the internet, but I don't think Brennan told her to do that. And if he starts getting more frustrated with her and she gets calmer, it will bring the jury onto her side. Jurors do not love seeing attorneys beat up on civilians unless they have already turned against that witness and been like, what are you doing? So we'll see.
in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
I'm going to back up his question. But DAs prep witnesses knowing that the defense attorney will ask, did you talk to the DA about this case? What did they tell you? I would tell my witnesses, the defense will ask you about our conversation. Tell them truthfully what our conversation is. It's not a problem. They will ask you, just be truthful.
And answer the question and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you
Are you answering the internet, AJ?
Let me ask it a different way.
Or
Did
are
Mr.
you
Brennan take you through a
responding to
series
court?
of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
You've already cross-examined her once. So I don't think she needed to sit down and pretend again. She probably relived that in her brain. The DA's office isn't sitting down and doing mock juries. I don't know if he is trying to imply to the jury that this is different, that this is a softer approach. The jury has seen him now trying to go after her, and she's like, no. I don't know if this cross is going to come across at this point the way he wants it to.
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you
Don't guess.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay.
Yeah, don't guess.
Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
I agree she's being less defensive at this point.
So fair to say between...
We'll see if it shifts.
2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
But yes, less defensive, for sure.
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because
Why?
I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's
Oh.
who. You're
Okay.
married to Matt McCabe,
The-
correct?
Yes.
Connecting everybody with
Your
string.
sister is Nicole Albert.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview.
I think this is helpful.
That you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him,
Back to the small
even though he is
townness.
not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly, Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
They
You
need a
consider
chart.
Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And
I know they
Canton,
need a chart.
that's in
chat.
Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select
You
Board
said
member?
Canton.
It is in Canton,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
I appreciate
Brian Albert and Chris
How
Albert
he
have
moved into
another
this
brother
realm.
named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle? Mm-hmm. And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
D nice.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname
Jesus.
within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess
Like
Shelley is
Khloe
the short name
Kardashian?
from Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
You don't call her
Dee Dee?
D nice?
Yeah. Like Deedeee.
All right, fair enough.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close.
Y'all, chat, I can see you. We're behind real time. We're watching in real time. Or we're watching in EDB standard time. If there is anything going on, we will just catch up when we catch up. Do not worry. Thank you for no spoilers in the chat.
Close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large.
We're in
but
the
there
family
are
tree.
Children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of
So the
course.
sisters.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
Sounds like they are a
So it is
close.
Very,
family.
very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022,
I mean, okay.
members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
That's the word.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Christ Almighty.
Okay.
If you are the jury right now, are you sitting there feeling like a junior high school student is trying to loop you in on the drama that happened at lunch? Because once we got to know Jillian's besties with whoever, who is sisters of somebody's brothers, cousins, best friends, uncles, dog sitters, mechanic, we have now gone full lunchroom drama with people you don't know. And the jury's sitting there going, so they all know each other? Great.
And Canton Police Department, there's
That's
also some connections
hilarious.
there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I mean, just bring the cheese man at this point.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Your Honor, can we be consistent?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Can I stop you for a second and see counsel at sidebar? Yes, it does feel very, very high school. I think the point is made, though. Look, I lived, before we moved to Tennessee, in a slightly larger town and then moved to the adjacent town, which was, just under 20,000 people. And we would go to school events and it would be like, I went to high school with you. You're married to someone I went to high school with. You're friends with my brother. I get it. I get it. Let's try to zoom because we've got plenty of zoom room. Oh, we go to fan, which is probably what chat was talking about earlier, is that we're going to get to fan. Let's see if they say anything before we get to fan. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
So-
Jurors, right this way. Please leave your notebooks on the chairs.
Oh, wait. The court was still saying something. Hi, Fred. I can't hear what the court said, but she said something to Miss McCabe, which was probably, you can step down for a minute. So the court said they are going to take 20 minutes. We've got lots of zoom room But let's see if we get past that back to live court. It looks like we will. People are coming back into the courtroom. I'm going to answer a few questions as they're coming into the courtroom. Emily, why do you leave a lot of Zoom room? This is what happens. This is what happens. Let's see. We've got more questions. Lauren said, does she remind anyone else of a high profile case from a couple years ago where the woman was constantly glaring at the jury? I don't find the way Jen McCabe looks at the jury as intense as the way Amber Heard answered to the jury for me. Because she glances at them and back. It is not as staring them down, but they muted again. So we will see. We're going to get to some more questions. Jessica said, Law Nerds, thank you. I am an A+ first year law student. I mean, A++. Hope the end of 1L goes well. Let's see if we have any more Zoom room. We do. Are we going to come back down to court?
Jurors, thank you for
I
your
think the jurors
patience.
just came back in.
Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here?
Sometimes there are matters that need to be addressed. Okay. Betsy asked, can he ask her anything or only what the prosecution brought up? There are some limitations to outside the scope, but they are not going to limit it that much here because she basically covered the whole day. So even if he didn't ask her one or two questions about that day, it's not going to be outside the scope on cross. So he can ask her pretty broadly about previous testimony, about this testimony. What he can't do is impeach her on, well, this time you said this and last time you said this, which might have been part of the strategy of keeping her.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yay, back to court. It might have been part of the strategy of keeping her direct simpler and shorter, because it's not going to be, well, in court today you said this, in previous testimony you said that. There's less to impeach her on if she says less. Does that make sense? All right, let's continue on.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about the Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
No, chat, she can be impeached. There's just less to impeach her on. If she didn't say something this time, you can only impeach her on things she said in court this time vis-a-vis things she said in court or in previous proceedings. You can't impeach her on things she didn't say. So if she wasn't inconsistent in her testimony, you can't impeach her on that. You can ask her about a prior proceeding. Did you talk about this or that? But you can't say, this time in court you said this, previously you said that, because she has testified to less. It doesn't mean he can't bring up prior testimony, but it's not impeachment. Impeachment is, today you said A, previously you said B. Didn't you say this last time? Can come up, but it's not impeachment. So, just different. Let's continue.
Friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
All right, let's back that question up because we answered about all the rest of it.
That your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about the Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends.
I'm glad that cleared it up.
With regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is
we're gonna
friends
just keep
with
rolling on what's going on in
Julie's
court.
Sister,
Yes.
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Object.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by
Right, it's been a while.
another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview.
The prosecution did ask about the Google searches. They did. So
You were
It'll come up.
contacted at your residence by
It was
these
quick, though.
Members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers.
we're not there yet. We're
for
not
a
there
formal
yet.
interview.
On
With
that,
the FBI.
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
This
All
is
right.
troopers.
Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You
No.
understood that.
Different.
yes.
You're
And you
right.
understood that they were not involved
FBI.
with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime
I got lost in
to
time.
lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Ask Sherry Papini.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
He was very careful with that.
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
That's an
Sustained as to
yeah, the
certain
phrasing.
terminology.
The phrasing on that.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that.
Yeah, the phrasing on
Dave,
that.
you were aware of the subject
Tough.
matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
About what happened at 34 Fairview. Just they were asking
They
you
first
questions about what
contacted you
happened at 34 Fairview and
telephonically.
after.
They called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves.
Hi,
They
ma'am. We've
didn't
been
know.
All right,
following
and
you.
at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling.
I'm going to back that up because what? What? This is new.
Called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually,
backed up
they
a minute.
walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something.
don't
so I was
explain.
like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Don't explain,
however,
just answer.
after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back.
Yeah,
in
but
the
that
house,
doesn't
correct?
mean she knows where they're parked.
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to
soon
10 minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay.
That would
They told you
be
that they would.
speculative.
At that point, they identified themselves as being law
Fair.
enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This is all new. I think Jackson's being pretty careful with it. But if somebody walked up to my car and was like, hey, do you live here? What are you going to tell them? They don't identify yourself. You don't know who they are. They walk up to your car and go, hey, do you live here? Nope. Sure don't. Just visiting for, I'm not, no, nope. You don't have a jacket on. You don't have a badge on. I don't know who you are. No, nope. Not nope. No, I don't live here. I'm just visiting. Sorry, I'm on a call. So now we're getting to the agents came to her car, asked her who she was, didn't identify themselves. She said, I'm not the homeowner, went into the house, gets a phone call from who we are presuming is now the FBI. Federal agents. And then Jackson is like, well, they were right outside. And she's like, I don't know. I can't see through the wall. We heard none of this last time.
And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
I'm interested if he's going to ask her why. You needed about 10 minutes. Yeah, I just got home. I had to pee. I needed a minute. Yeah.
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you.
Did you call Matt?
You informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct?
What now?
At that moment.
What now?
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, I'll... It seems like something I would do, but if you have it,
what
could
now?
show me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the husband. Also, if the feds want to talk to you, you don't have to talk to them, chat.
Okay.
You can also ask for an attorney. You do not have to sit down and interview them or talk to them. When the feds come knocking, it would not be unusual for someone to, if they have a lawyer, to say, I'm going to have my lawyer here. I will speak to you with my lawyer. Would that be suspicious to me?
May I approach?
No.
Yes.
It wouldn't. But again, I'm a lawyer. Could that be suspicious to a jury? Maybe. But I'm an attorney, so I'm not going to judge people by that. But calling Carrie just tracks with everything else we've seen in this case, doesn't
It
it?
appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full paragraph. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
Well, now I'm very interested. I'm very curious. I'm not zooming because I want to see how long she reviews it for. So that's why I'm not zooming. For those of you new to the case, I see a lot of questions about why
The FBI
is involved. We don't exactly know because there is limited information because the feds are sus, but there was a federal grand jury that I believe was looking into this case and the investigation of this case, not just looking into who hit John O'Keefe with a car. Was John O'Keefe hit with a car? Did somebody kill John O'Keefe? I think they were looking into the investigation. It is very unlike the feds to look into a single individual homicide. So there was a very long federal grand
Yes.
jury.
Thank you.
A lot of these individuals went to the federal grand jury. We have been told that the federal case is closed, but that
those
is
paragraphs. Refresh your.
that has come from third parties because the feds don't comment on ongoing or closed investigations. The only time you really know is if somebody gets indicted. So,
recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency.
The most.
About who you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
yep.
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words
Is he
now, but I
telling
did
you,
ask
or are
him
you
to come
telling
home.
us?
Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Miss Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Carrie, the FBI's here. Did they talk to you? What did they ask you? What do they want to talk about? Oh, 100%.
Law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Miss McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's
explain.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if, in fact, they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out
Oh, boy.
what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Alan,
But if
you call it motive and she's going to get defensive. But if you ask her, so you called Carrie to ask if they had talked to her. Did you ask Carrie what were they asking about? Did you know what they were asking about? Were you curious why they were calling you or how they got your number? If you ask her in a gossip way, you might get some better answers with her. Just like, not motive. Don't impute anything. Like, so you called her and wanted to know what was going on, right? And then bring it back around.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that was correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling
If you just
Carrie Roberts
gossip with
at that
her,
moment, before
she'll
your
gossip
interview
with you.
was to ensure
And then
that
you can
your story would
get to
line
the
up
zing.
with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted.
You call for the cheese may.
Because it's just the truth.
That's why you don't deny calling for the cheese.
We're going
May.
through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason.
more than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming. 'Cause
Right.
We're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful.
We just give each other the heads up. Right. If you gossip with her, it's going to be, babe, the FBI is here. Did they come to your house? They have my number. Did they ask you anything? Okay, I'll call you after we talk. Exactly. The heads up is exactly right.
In making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So
Oh, that's her answer to your question, AJ. You can't object to her answer. She answered it.
an argumentative question, and she responded.
She responded.
Next question.
Thank you.
The judge said it was an argumentative question, and she responded. Yep. She's saying that they are the neighborhood watch and that they are calling about everything that's going on in the neighborhood. I'll be interested if he goes down that line of questioning. Oh, the ice cream truck. So you keep dibs on everything that's going on in Canton. Where people are going, what people are doing, who you've seen at the market, who you saw talking to who. You're keeping track of what everybody's doing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
No.
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have
No,
follow-up.
it's cross. You don't get to explain.
After you gave that
He's hard to hear as he's walking around in the courtroom, but he said, you're getting together and talking about each other's perceptions. And I think it's strategic for her to say, do I get to explain or no, to make it seem like he's just being unreasonable.
answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency. They asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time
You just said
they
contacted.
you telephonically, and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
No.
I can't.
No, she didn't say it was true. She said it wasn't a lie. It's not true, but it's also not true. And if you can't answer a yes or no question about whether it's a lie or it's true, then it's probably because it's, not true.
That part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact,
It's kind of a yes
you
or no.
did talk to other people. You contacted others. In addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when
So
you
that's not
said
true.
no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
Who'd she
No.
contact?
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If
Okay,
I
let
could
me ask it a
explain,
different
if
way.
I could explain,
Let me ask
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
Ma'am, he understands perfectly well.
The agents asked you. I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on.
No,
the
he
agents asked you, in
understands.
fact,
He's
did you
not
contact
confused.
anyone between the time we called you,
Is that
set
like
up the interview, and the 10
that
minutes before
true?
we walked in the door?
not true?
They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry.
It's
I meant
argumentative.
the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
But
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
she is making this a bigger deal than it probably is by the way she's answering. It doesn't even matter who else she talked to at this point. She's making it a much bigger deal than it would be otherwise if she just said, yeah, that's what I told them.
She was finishing her answer. Finishing her.
I had
Instruct her to
said
answer.
no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I?
Little pig, let me in. Ma'am, you let them into your house. You could have said no. If you're gonna let them into your house, tell them the truth. If you're not going to talk to them, say, call my lawyer and I will come meet you at an office with my attorney. You can ask me what you want. Don't let them into your house then.
Come in and ask you questions. At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's
non-responsive.
so. Next question.
Thank you.
I kind of made some
Ms.
phone
McCabe,
calls.
After you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained.
Yeah.
Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we approach?
Next, yes.
May we approach? Yes. Oh, you can't ask her for what Matt McCabe told her. You can ask Matt McCabe, but you can't ask her. There might also be stuff here that is sealed. He's not asking if she talked to her husband. He's trying to elicit what Matt told her. But now we all just want to know who she called and what happened, because this has gotten really disjointed. We haven't even gotten into spousal privilege yet because we're at hearsay.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Matt, it's hearsay. What Matt told her is hearsay. If they ask Matt what he told her, then we will see. But we're not there yet.
Called these officers back, correct? May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple people that I had reached out to.
A couple?
You had forgotten.
A couple.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were
Did they not answer?
5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no.
5?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
Look,
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Matt,
Yes.
Carrie,
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms.
Peggy?
McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My
The-
witness advocate.
the witness
district
advocate?
attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
the DA's
And-
office.
You also left out
Busy 10 minutes.
that you contacted Brian Albert himself,
What?
correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some
What?
reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found
Girl.
dead or dying,
Objection.
Girl.
correct?
Yes.
Holy shit. I'm really interested if she had conversations with all of them or if they didn't answer. But who else did you contact? I think implies, oh, I called Brian Albert, but he didn't answer. Oh, I called the DA's office, but he didn't answer. It's a lot of phone calls in 10 minutes. She's like, I didn't brush my teeth. That's not the problem. You hit everyone in your favorites, just down the line. There's no way you forgot in 10 minutes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated
The jury just went,
specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason
Sure.
that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden,
you want me to believe that in 10 minutes, you forgot who you called and didn't tell them. When they asked you specifically, who did you call? And if you were stressed and said, I contacted a few people, I'm not sure, you have a motherfucking phone. Do you know what it has in it? Your call log. I'm not sure, agents. Let me look and tell you who I just called, because it's right there. This is why when law enforcement says, hey, can we ask you a few questions? You have the option to shut the fuck up. But when you do not exercise that option, then we end up here How did we not hear about this before? Oh my God.
You had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes.
No, her husband came in and said, dead ass, I know you called other people. That's me speculating and being snarky.
They didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Oh,
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out.
she said it. The shit's out of the horse now. You're right, Your Honor.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to
Girl.
January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family bar and grill, correct?
You think
I
the
went with
jury's
my husband and
just
met my sister, yes.
done with her
And
at this point?
met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan.
I think the 10-minute time frame is the most damning part of this. And I think the jury's sitting there going like, oh, you're a liar, liar. Like pants on fire, liar, liar. Like you're just real comfortable blowing up your entire favorites and then telling the FBI, oh, I talked to my husband and Carrie. Huh.
Was there as well?
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up,
Yes.
Man.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated
Well, the rest of this
that
is
Caitlin's
not going
boyfriend,
to go well.
Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course.
Alan Jackson. What the fuck phrase is that? We might have an Alan word of the day today, y'all. The shank of the evening. Like the long bit. He said the shank. He said the shank of the evening. We might have an AJ word of the day.
Your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister,
Maybe
yes.
he's ready for
And
lunch.
met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up,
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the Waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
I have
No,
never
I didn't.
heard that phrase.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yeah. Yes.
sort of a normal.
Chat, no, I am with you on the reference to Shank. I have never heard the shank of the evening. I am thinking more of a very sharp toothbrush. So no, I've never heard it. Apparently it's a phrase.
Couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves, and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
Nope.
Okay.
Dictionary.com says informal usage. It can be the early or main part of a period of time. It was just the shank of the evening when the party began. That is dead ass what is on dictionary.com. The later part of a period of time, they didn't get started until the shank of the morning. Okay.
You did see Brian Higgins and Brian
I hope
Albert
you don't use that
at
word
a high-top
sporadically,
table,
chat.
sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes, at different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
You spent the shank of the evening speaking with Karen?
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table, so it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking, and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical.
The jury hasn't seen that yet.
Correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so
the jury hasn't seen that yet.
All I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory.
You don't get to decide that.
Squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another.
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective,
she doesn't remember it.
The video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
She doesn't agree with that
language. I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
They were play fighting.
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
Almost like grab-assing.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other.
She said multiple times, I didn't see it. I've only seen it on the video. We can watch the video. And I have to wonder if the jury's sitting there being like, okay, well, if she doesn't remember and she watched on the video and you're saying it's them squaring off and she's saying they were just like, I don't know, like play fighting. And she says in front of the jury, hey, we could just watch the video. Do you think the jury's just sitting there going, okay, can we watch the video instead of just you two going back and forth with squaring off versus play fighting?
They're playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really...
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
She doesn't remember.
No, it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt?
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point, yeah, okay. In the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing coming toward each other.
This hasn't
as
been
if they
played
were
yet for the
engaging
jury
in a
with this
physical altercation,
part.
correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention.
Dude, she lied to the FBI. I don't give a fuck if they were squaring off, play fighting, grab assing, making out. I don't care if they were like swapping pants in the middle of the bar. She lied to the FBI. Why? Why are we doing this?
Into it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakifis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview.
Why?
Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there.
Why?
Moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
They haven't
Yes.
seen that video
In
either.
a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John
Just
and
roll the
Karen.
video.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you. Is that
Yes.
right?
That's why. Matt and John were still in the bar, so I said, "Come, why don't you come with me?"
Miss Reed
Because
and
Matt and John were still in
Miss
the
Reed
bar.
ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front
Lex, her
door. I
husband
took a
didn't
right
testify
into the
yet.
kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the sun and the Marines. They might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
That was a lot of words. Oh, boy. And again, with all cross-examinations, I think there are going to be good parts, and I think there are going to be parts that I disagree with. Nothing is ever going to be perfect in court. You are in the moment. The choices you make in the moment in court
Take a look
are
at that photograph.
not always going to be ideal.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Forensic Connection says, do you think the jury will pick up that
It's
she's
my
lying?
sister's house.
34 Fairview.
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
After we talked about the FBI.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
They're going to have a different
Identifications.
opinion
Thank
of
you.
this witness, I would
if I
think.
may.
I don't think. I think with other things that are more detail. I think there's times that a jury is just like, oh, this isn't a big deal, even if it's a big deal to the attorneys. I don't think this, well, you forgot to tell the FBI about 3 people that you called, 5 people that you called in 10 minutes. I don't think that's one of those things where the jury's going to be like, oh, we're just being picky about words. I think that is a lot. It's not, oh, I called this one other person and they didn't answer, so I didn't even mention it. It's not that. The FBI situation is much, much bigger than that for this witness. So when we get into the nitpicky other stuff, like, did they take a fighting stance? I don't know. They were playing. I don't remember it. I just saw it on video. That, okay. But yes, I think those bigger things need to be highlighted, and I think were.
What would be the next in order?
So.
Thank you.
We will see, but her that testimony is wild. Just freaking wild. Jen said, you remember Carrie, but not the DA and Brian Albert, ma'am, be so fucking for real right now. She's like, I didn't lie to them, I just forgot. We're not talking about 3 days later. In the span of 10 minutes, nobody believes you.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf?
Like Queen says, if her memory is that bad, how the hell does she remember the evening so
Your Honor,
clearly?
with court's permission, I'm going to show
Or
a different
everything so
exhibit until the other issue can be resolved with the court's permission. It's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish.
Lying versus forgot is the new donated
Would you,
versus pledged.
highlight or enlarge the house as
No, I'm not
much
lying.
as
I just,
can? Thank you.
it wasn't
Ms.
intentional.
McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes,
What is that?
that is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach? Yes.
Which one's the front door?
That laser.
I think that's helpful.
And point to the front door that you entered
Wow, today's wild.
when you walked in the house.
This retrial's been wild.
Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that
I'm gonna move
you may not be able to
myself
see, but you know the general area?
Because
Yes.
of where the
Where's that
flagpole
door?
is.
So that would be, see where these 2 windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those 2 windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors
Right
for a
to the
second,
left.
is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
He's going to show her what I imagine is another photo.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only 2 that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are. Just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. At any time. Before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Okay.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle?
You were told?
When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
Well, we're not assuming there's
I'm
a
not
snowplow.
really
That's
sure
not
of the
evidence.
whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
Be in evidence later. It's not.
You
in
gave
evidence now.
a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
Would anyone be shocked?
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct?
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case, correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come.
So since 2022, you have felt comfortable calling your brother-in-law when you have a law enforcement interview. But you forgot to tell the FBI that, but you called him the day that this happened to come to your house when former Trooper Proctor was there. Because you call him to come help, be support. But when you see that it's John O'Keefe on his lawn, you don't call him or knock on the door. It's just the interviews. How do we decide when we ask him for help? Because I'm confused.
Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you
were all
spoke
there
to
in the
him
kitchen.
about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
See? What happened? Just say what happened. That's what happened.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there, yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it, I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was,
Yes.
how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
We didn't, no, not correct.
That's correct. That's what
During
you've already
the time
said.
that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I don't know what you mean by
I
entitled.
was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them.
like that, and I absolutely told them. But
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
They were allowed to do it because law enforcement didn't tell them not to, because law enforcement just didn't investigate this like a crime. They were absolutely allowed to do it. 100%. Law enforcement didn't say anything to them.
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody,
That's
well,
not the question. You don't get to make the judgment call. You don't get to make the judgment call that there was no reason to separate you, because there absolutely was. You don't get to fight with him. You get to answer the questions, which is what Carrie did in her testimony. No one told us we couldn't talk, so we talked. It's on law enforcement, but it comes across as defensive when it's not an answer, it's an explanation for everything. You don't need to explain. You just need to answer the questions.
notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
Apparently nobody
is.
is.
Were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay, I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. I'm trying this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay.
You don't get
I'm
to
not
decide if
asking
you're a
your
witness.
determination of who the witnesses are. I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Are you separated or not?
At
No.
one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No?
As a matter of fact,
Right,
Trooper
just
Proctor
answer
didn't
the
even
question.
come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you.
No.
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house.
You said
before Trooper Proctor
escorted.
ever
She
got
has
there.
an issue with the word
And he was
escorted.
in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in the
right.
house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yep.
The case in general, yes.
Just before
If you couch
Carrie
everything, it
Roberts
looks like you're hiding
testified
something.
at a grand jury proceeding.
If you just say yes, it's not nearly as evasive. The trying to explain the reasoning is why it comes across as so evasive. You and Carrie have been talking about this for years. Yes. If there's nothing wrong with it, you don't need to explain it. Yes. You were never separated. No. If there's nothing wrong with it, why explain it? The answer is just no.
In this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April.
April. Yes.
2022?
Yes. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an ante room?
An ante room, a waiting room.
Oh yeah.
Lobby.
Yes.
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
Yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So, in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
See? Look at that. Yes. We were together. Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the
What?
timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
That was confusing.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th,
There we go.
2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No.
full-size German
It's
Shepherd.
a full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January
A
29th,
munchkin dog? Not a yip yip dog?
6:40 a.m. or so,
I was wondering if he was going to ask this.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
These are the questions we have.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said. on that
Bedlam.
front, correct?
On
It
the
was
front
more
lawn.
on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their yacht.
Okay.
lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes.
where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client was screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness,
See, just yes
you
or no.
walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I would have
into
laughed at
the
AJ.
bedroom.
Truly, AJ sitting there being like, Carrie was screaming, "Shut the fuck up." Yep, he's dropping F-bombs in court.
Door
Not weird to me.
where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated
bet at
that
some
when
point
you
you
went through
did.
the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I was.
Do we
I
have a
think, as I
testimony?
explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and
If she said burst
I
through
was
the door, can we
kind
just
of
grab
like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up because obviously, when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
Exactly, AJ. I didn't want to startle them and have them think something horrible happened. Something horrible did happen, ma'am. I'm going to back up, let AJ make his point.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
Damn.
I was. I think, as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up because obviously, when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, "Hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up or something we can talk about?" You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, relative stranger,
Calls for
walks in the front
speculation.
door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking.
The person
Get up,
starts
wake up,
barking.
Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Yeah, that
Sustained.
all calls for speculation as to the mind of the dog. Ellen, when your question starts with, in the mind of a dog, you are literally calling for speculation and then the person's not barking. But can you ask about other times they've been over to the house? But I don't remember seeing the dog is in of itself
As you
very
indicated,
interesting testimony.
It's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
That's the point.
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that. Dog or no dog? No dog.
He's trying to make a point.
I don't remember
It's not really
seeing the
about you.
dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, you didn't, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
I'm not as concerned that she doesn't remember seeing the dog. I'm more curious that it wasn't part of her thought process that, hey, my brother-in-law is a cop and has a German Shepherd, and I'm going to be going into their house unannounced while they're asleep and waking them up in a dead sleep. Her thought process, as she is telling it, is, I don't want to scare them and have them think that something horrible happened. Not, how do I get into this house without getting attacked by the dog or shot? Like, there's no thought process of, I have to make sure when I go into the house that the dog knows like it's me. and that Brian knows that it's me. Like, I'm here from down the stairs all the way up. Like, that's not the thought process. The thought process is, I don't want them to wake up and think that something horrible happened. I'm so confused.
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or
Didn't even
see a
think of the
scratching
dog.
at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd,
Not even
correct?
a thought.
I don't know the weight of the
Have
dog.
you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
I object.
Did you know, as you
Hearsay.
said, you're very, very
She goes
dear
over a
friends
lot.
and
Ask her that.
obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
This is your sister's dog?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How much time do you spend with your sister? You spend with your sister. Your family is incredibly close. And it's like, I don't know shit about that dog.
If
I
you
know
could
more
remind
about
the
my
jurors,
neighbor's dogs.
In your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the morning of the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you.
She knows shockingly little about the dog.
We've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like a, and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is
Dorm
open
door?
and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, that sounds about right.
The thing is, the jury chat, I know
Can
a
we
lot of
take
you
one more
remember
glance? I'm
testimony
gonna
from last
back
time.
up for a quick second. Can we take one more glance at that?
The jury knows nothing else about the dog. There's no other testimony about the dog. This is all the jury's heard about it. So if there are alternate explanations, the jury doesn't have them. They're sitting here going, what the fuck's up with the dog? What do you mean you don't hear the dog? It's a German what? Because they don't know anything else yet.
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
There
you.
will be
Point of
more.
reference. Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is?
But at
in
this
that
time, lots of
photograph?
questions, not a lot of
Sure,
answers.
it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Boy.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door,
I bet there's
Did you-
prior testimony.
see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, may I, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car,
SUV,
and went back
truck,
into the room.
Jeep.
I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house.
She doesn't think of them as witnesses.
Yes.
Because she's like,
She
we
went
didn't see
outside
anything.
at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing. As
She
Miss
was
Reed's
there.
SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together
You
the
knew all
times.
this
So-
when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What
I-
happened
I didn't
outside
ask
is
you if she had
Who
different.
did have
Let
involvement?
her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
She doesn't.
Yes.
That is another example
way.
of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any
What?
other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
What?
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
She's sitting up in this town being like, receipts, screenshots, timeline, fucking everything. But you didn't share it with the investigators that seemingly had already stopped investigating. Okay.
What are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m.? 12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Are we going to see the screenshot? We gonna see the screenshot?
Take a look at that transcript, that call. Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to yourself?
to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council?
Did you hear? Brennan's like, I would like to be heard. Don't worry, chat. We will see the screenshot at some point. Yes, this did come up at the first trial. The screenshot will come up, I think, with other witnesses. We will see more about the screenshot. I don't know if we'll see more about the screenshot with this witness, but we might. Let's, they went to sidebar. So. Oh boy.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything
Wants
we're discussing.
all the tea. Just wants to know all the things. She's just building her own timeline. But why aren't you telling law enforcement?
Is the page available?
And why didn't law enforcement ever talk to Julie fucking Nagel? The jury doesn't know that yet either. But they'll find out that half these people weren't even interviewed until after all of this.
I'm sorry,
Before this.
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection?
So frustrating.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection. Asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Oh boy. The judge is like, that was her answer. That was her answer. That was her
That
answer.
refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
She said it didn't refresh her recollection. She sees what's on the page, but she doesn't remember. If a witness says it doesn't refresh their recollection, there's not much a jury can do. And there's not much a lawyer can do. They can decide whether they believe that their memory's not refreshed, but there's not much more the lawyer can do. That doesn't refresh your recollection. They can't just keep asking it over and over again. It's asked and answered. It's just, period.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time?
Now it's refreshed.
That was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the time.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
No.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this,
Negative, Ghost Rider.
that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yes,
here.
Something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside.
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that?
Did you see her talk to her brother?
If you know.
No.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
This is all hearsay. This is the problem. This is going to need to come in with other witnesses. They are going to just need to bring in the other witnesses. They can bring in, and I see a lot of you in the chat. KK said, can AJ bring it in with Julie Nagel? Yes, they can bring it in with Julie Nagel. They can bring it in with Ryan Nagel. They can bring it in with other witnesses. AJ is trying to get to some sort of a time frame, and she's saying, I don't know what time it is. If I read it off the paper, I see that it says that. But I don't know if it was 12, 12:15, 12:20, 12:30, 12:45, 1. I don't know. Don't remember. So they can't just have her read the time on the screenshot because as to her, it's not her screenshot. So it's going to have to come in with a later witness. But the witness order has been very different in this case. So that information isn't out yet. He wants to get that information out. It's not out yet. He's going to have to wait, which is why the court isn't letting him move much more in this because it's the wrong witness. It is just the wrong witness to bring this information in with.
Could say.
She said she
I'd have
didn't
to
remember.
be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but.
He should ask her, when you did the timeline, did you write down times or just events?
You did see
This,
both
then this, then
Ryan
this.
Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
He could ask her about
you're
her
indicating
phone. Yes, chat. He could ask her about her phone when she was texting and calling John O'Keefe. He could ask her about that. He just hasn't done that yet. But yes, he could look at those times. Plus, the jury already has the times when she's texting and calling John O'Keefe from yesterday and the day before. So does it matter that much, Julie Nagel's text? No, because the jury knows when she was texting John O'Keefe. That can come in.
And I want to be clear about this. As you're looking out that storm door
'Cause that's
window,
her phone.
going from right to
And her
left,
calls.
it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't
She
tell
doesn't
you.
know.
I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
you
and then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't.
We're going to get into
I
asked and
just was
answered,
looking
and the
quickly.
court's going to make him move on. We're going to start getting objections.
Are attached to something. Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that is Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the
Assuming.
mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000-pound Jeep, right?
She said she didn't see
It
it.
was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the
She's
SUV?
answered it.
Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
And
You're
she's
asking what I saw when I
answered.
looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
That line of questioning I don't think was very helpful at all.
Recess, and Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and see up here 45.
There are definitely answers.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Lord. There are some points of that cross that are just combative for no reason, and some points where she's being completely evasive. Is everybody ready for lunch? Oh my goodness. I think sometimes it's hard not to get lost in the sauce, right? Let's talk about that. And then I got to go put my hair up. It's making me crazy. It's just making me crazy. Are you guys ready for lunch? Let's try to give a summary. What did I just do to my chair? I don't know what I did to my chair. I did something. Are you all tired? Oh, I'm sorry, Fred. I woke up Fred. Oh, and I hit it twice. I did it again, Fred. I'm sorry. I am tired. Wow. It's finally the lunch break. There have been 700 hours of trial this morning, or at least that's what it felt like. We are in the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. There have been points of this cross-examination that I do not remember from the last trial at all, and I don't think they came up. If they did come up, they did not stand out nearly as much to me. I truly think some of this information is new. Could it not be? Yes. But there were some big moments in cross. Alessi, no, not him. Brennan. Emily, you just are ready for Alessi to cross-examine again, apparently. Brennan kept the direct examination shorter than I anticipated. It was much more succinct than previous testimony. I think it was easier to follow even when he jumped around in time. And I don't know if that's because I've seen this witness testify before or because the questions were just simpler. We went through the rest of her direct examination. They very, very briefly talked about the 911 call very quickly and didn't play the recording from John O'Keefe's voicemail of the 911 call, just the recording of the 911 call. We saw the brief questioning about the Google searches and a few other things, and then about the family and who's connected to who. And then we got into cross-examination. the beginning of cross-examination, there were moments where I'm like, why is this a big, there are points of this that aren't a big deal. And there were times at the beginning where it was clear that Jen McCabe was not going to answer the question as Jackson suggested it. There are times that his cross-examination style is very loaded in the way he phrases things. And it's clear when this witness takes issue with the way he phrases things. Like, did Brian Albert escort you back to your home before your interview? And she said, well, no, we drove separately. There are points of that where I can see why she's taking issue with the way that he phrases the questions. And then there are times where the questions are very direct yes, no, and the yes, no answer just will not come. There is explanation and explanation and explanation. There is a lot at times of selling, well, this is why, instead of just answering the question. But the thing that to me was the most wild in the cross-examination before lunch was that apparently the FBI came knock-knocking to talk to Ms. Jen McCabe. And they approached her at her car and asked something like, are you the homeowner? And she was like, no, I'm not the homeowner. They said, Alan asked in his question, did you say you were your sister, Nicole? We didn't get that out in Jen McCabe's testimony, but it was in Alan's question. And then we got to her going into the house and saying, I need 10 minutes because the agents from another agency called her on the phone, identified themselves and said, we'd like to talk to you. And she said, I need 10 minutes. In that 10 minutes, she made some phone calls. When the agents from another agency, the FBI, asked who she had called, she said that she called her husband, Matt McCabe, and Carrie. But guess what? Those aren't the only calls she made. Those aren't the only calls she made. And Alan Jackson, I think, very effectively brought forth that the FBI reminded her, and in trial they said agents from another agency, that they reminded her that in interviews, not telling them the truth is a crime. So we got to the Sherry Papini of it all in the moment. And then Jackson said, but you called other people. So telling them you only spoke to or communicated with your husband, Matt McCabe, who then showed up at the house, and Carrie was a lie. And she said, it's not a lie. So you only called Matt McCabe and Carrie? Well, no, I need to explain. Did you tell them everyone you spoke to? No. And her response to it was, I forgot. 10 minutes. I need 10 minutes. And then they came to her house and sat down and asked her questions. So in that 10 minutes, did you call anybody? My husband and Carrie. Apparently, she called the agents back and said, I left out some calls. 3 calls. 3 calls. Do you know who else she called? The DA's office, witness advocate. Hold on. We're going to go to the note. We're going to go to the notes. We're going to go to the notes. Because I don't want to miss anybody. And there's a third person I'm already forgetting. Because I know the 2 that have stuck out the most in my mind. Hold on. There are so many notes. Don't worry, we'll fix it in post. There are so many notes. The DA's office witness advocate, Peggy O'Keefe. Thank you, chat. You got my back. I appreciate it. Peggy O'Keefe and Brian Albert. So in 10 minutes, she called her husband, Matt McCabe, who then showed up, Carrie, Peggy O'Keefe, the district attorney's office witness advocate, and Brian Albert. And when the FBI asked her in their conversation with her, which seemed to be pretty brief, about who she called or communicated with, she said, my husband and Carrie. So as we are going back and forth on cross, Alan is saying, so you lied. Well, no, I forgot. Sure, Jan. 10 minutes. 10 minutes? And you forgot all of the calls. And when they said, who did you communicate with? Your phone has a log of who you called and who called you. Okay. And then we start getting into the morning at 34 Fairview in this cross-examination with going into Brian Albert's house and her sister Nicole Albert's house to wake them up. And she's not thinking about, oh, they have a German Shepherd, I'm worried about that. She's not thinking about waking up a police officer out of a dead sleep. She's not thinking about any of that. She's thinking, and this is what she told the jury, she's thinking, I want to wake them up, but I don't want to startle them. I don't want to scare them. Because when they wake up, they're going to think that something horrible's happened. Yesterday in testimony, you talked about how traumatic it was for you when Carrie was brushing snow off of John O'Keefe's face. About how scared his niece was when you left One Meadows to go to 34 Fairview to look for John O'Keefe. And you are thinking, as you go up to wake up your brother-in-law and your sister, they're going to wake up and think that something horrible has happened. Which was followed up with, but Ms. McCabe, something horrible did happen. She said, well, I didn't want them to have a heart attack. No memory of the dog barking, making noise, being there at all. Not even a thought of the not even a thought of the dog. Not even a concern like, oh, I need to be like, hey, Chloe, it's just me, Auntie Jen, when you walk into the house. Not a thought about it. And we're not done with cross yet. That's not to say that everything in this cross-examination has landed well. There are times where I wonder if the jury will think that Alan Jackson is pulling at details that maybe don't need to be pulled on as much. We got into an asked and answered loop where the answers were consistent and he kept asking and asking and asking, and the judge is like, and it's time for lunch. After we got to lying to the FBI about calling the victim's mother, the district attorney's office, and Brian Albert, does it matter if she remembers what was on a screenshot of a text message that's going to come in with other witnesses? Maybe not. But it can run the risk when there are those really big things. I think the FBI testimony is a big thing. When there are big things, it can run the risk of being heavy-handed and overwhelming the point. If everything's a big deal, then nothing is. I think the FBI is a big deal. I'm very interested to hear what happens on redirect. I think this will be the only witness for today, but who knows? There are points across I think are very effective. There are points across that get a little bit lost in the sauce. And there are times that we see Jen McCabe, when Jackson starts pushing her, actually slow down and take a breath and become more calm as he is getting more agitated. So it's a very different back and forth with them than it was the last time she testified. And I think that that is absolutely intentional on her end to not let him rile her up more. And as he gets riled, she tries not to. But the FBI questions did cause, I think, a little bit of a fluster. She has done a good job not rising to every time he tries to get her upset or is frustrated. We'll see how it continues to go. There are parts of her testimony that are very congruent, but there are parts that just don't make sense. We will see what happens after lunch. I'm going to answer a few questions and then I'm going to go to lunch. So with that, a few of you in the chat said she rectified the FBI stuff pretty quickly. I don't know if that helps if I'm on the jury. It might. The jury might be like, oh, well, she forgot and she called them back. I don't know if that helps. Those are some pretty big things to exclude. It really is, especially when she has her phone right there. And if they're asking you, it's like, oh, here's my phone. Look at my call log. I don't really remember. I'm nervous. Here. If we were dealing with like rotary dial phones, I might feel differently. But I know you're calling on your cell phone. So just if you're that nervous and you're like, well, no, I'm not, it's fine. I just have to wonder, God, this is pure speculation. And I worry about speculating about this case because people will take things and run with it like it is verbatim the truth. I just wonder if there was concern that the FBI would grab her phone records. And it's like, they're going to know anyway. Like they're going to know. Nobody will know. They're going to know. Nobody will know. They're going to know. They're going to know. They're going to know. It doesn't matter if you call them back for me. Might it for the jury? Maybe. If the jury thinks, oh, she was nervous. Oh, she was flustered. They might see it differently than I do. That's completely fair. It's a big deal for me. Some of the other things are not as big of a deal, especially because the time period is so short. Again, if this was, I'll talk to you in 3 days, I feel differently. But they're going to know. For those of you asking, how would the FBI know? Well, if they're not tapping your phones, which is possible, I'm not saying that happened here. If they're not tapping your phones, which is possible, they can subpoena records. And if there is an FBI grand jury going on, grand jurors can subpoena records. Grand jurors can say, hey, we want to see her call log. Who's she talking to? So the FBI could have gotten her phone log 2 days later and had everything. So I don't know if rectifying it is like, oh, my memory's been jogged, or, oh shit. They can find out. They're gonna know. And the FBI is not gonna like hand you your phone and be like, oh, delete what you're worried about before we download your phone. We haven't gotten to that testimony yet. Sorry for the spoilers. So I maybe am not generous enough with the she rectified it quickly, but it reads as a very big deal to me. Also, if you are that anxious about talking to the FBI, tell them you will talk to them with your lawyer. Don't let them into your house. You don't have to let them into your house. You don't have to. You can choose not to. So, Jameson said, was the FBI interrogation brought up the first trial? I don't remember the questions at all. I don't remember this coming up at all. I think I would have, but I don't remember it at all. I think it's new. And it could be because the defense didn't know about it till after the first trial. That's possible. It's possible. I don't remember it at all. So a lot of you in the chat are saying that you don't think it came up. It might be new information to the defense too. This might not have been in the discovery that was turned over. I just don't know. I don't think it was mentioned at all. And I don't think it's because they knew about it. I don't think they would intentionally leave it. I think it's reasonable that the defense got this information after the last trial. I think that is a reasonable interpretation. So, it's not good information though. It's not good. Again, the defense's argument with Jen McCabe is that she is not being truthful, among other things. And hiding who you're calling from the FBI or from another agency investigation doesn't give I have nothing to hide. It's not giving I want to help answer questions. I think it's easier to explain I was really nervous, so I wanted to have a lawyer there because there's been these ongoing investigations. I think that's easier to explain than I gave them some of the information and not all of it. So we'll see. I'm real interested to hear about redirect on that. But again, this witness, I don't know if they'll argue it or not, but what stands out to me, this witness is comfortable calling Brian Albert, her brother-in-law, to come over to the house the morning this happened. Come over to the house while Proctor's there while I'm being interviewed. I'm going to call you before the FBI is at my door. But I'm not going to knock on your door when we find John O'Keefe on the lawn. Okay. The thing that is so difficult in this case for the prosecution, and I think they have tried a much better case this time than last time, but the thing that is so difficult for the prosecution is how many things don't make any fucking sense. And it is my opinion. Oh, wait a second. No, not mine. Mine and Tamara's.
That's my opinion!
That when there are too many things that don't make sense, it is very difficult to overcome proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If the jury is sitting here being, that doesn't make sense, that's sus, what is going on with that? I don't know how you get to, yes, you've proved to me beyond a reasonable doubt what happened. I think at some point there are too many questions for a jury, even though the evidence has come in better and more clear than the previous trial. And I still think, as we sit today, this cross-examination is raising questions about this witness and this witness's behavior. But I think the cell phone evidence from yesterday was helpful for the prosecution. I think Karen Reed's interview clips are helpful and probably the thing that the jury remembers the most at this point. I wonder how much that will change when the coroner testifies. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm separating out what's to come and where we're at now. But I also think that and let me know, chat, if you get this vibe as well or not. I think that the vibe is that the order of the witnesses has thrown the defense off a little bit because not as much information is in evidence yet. And that makes some things a little bit more difficult for the defense in this go round. Carrie Ann said, Emily, she did go to the door. Going to the door before, while they were at the house, would have negatively affected the outcome of trying to save John. I understand that. I don't think there's any bias. Well, it's your opinion, I suppose, but she didn't go to the door until later. And when she went to the door later, it was unlocked. It is very strange to me that when she took the time to go to the car and call 911, she didn't walk her cell phone to the front door. In how many minutes was that call with 911? It's odd to me because at that point, she's not doing compressions. She's on the phone, as she should be. I think she should have called 911. but the door was unlocked. Again, it's very odd testimony to me. But I don't think this is a good investigation. So it is what it is. I don't think this is a good investigation at all. But if you can point me in a direction that shows that this was a good investigation, I'm interested to see it. Sassy J in the UK, thank you for the gifted memberships. Jasper Alonso said, but did it snow? A very restrained amount of questions about snow this trial. A very restrained amount of questions this trial. Jules says, and to think 6 to 8 weeks, not enough. We're not going to get nearly as many witnesses in this time. It's going to be, I think, a much more streamlined case. And so far, I think that's been helpful to the prosecution. VL said this trial, not as many what if any from the prosecution, improvement already. The questions are much clearer. The questions are much clearer. And I think very, very helpful. AJ said they received info after the FBI case closed. I know they received more discovery. I don't know. And that's why I said it's my speculation. I don't know if this was part of that discovery. I know they had recently received more discovery based on the pretrial motions. How many remarkable pages is this trial? I would have to zoom back because I have the last one too. I can. Angel, it's a good question. I should also go grab some food because court's going to resume and I will need food. Oh, and I have a hard stop today. So I probably should grab some food because this afternoon I'm going to be zooming in court time. So I might not have as much time for questions afterwards because I do have an appointment because I have to get new nails for Metallica. So far, we're at 290 pages for this trial. More than the tabs on my phone. More than the tabs on my phone. So, why doesn't he ask why she didn't call the house? I don't know. And I wonder if the strategy is to argue the fact and not let her explain it. That would be my guess if the defense doesn't ask about it. I think it's a fact that's in evidence and you leave it and argue it later. Because if you let her try to explain it, it kind of undercuts the argument. But we know that she didn't go to the house until, what, Tully told her to go wake up her brother and sister? Not Tully. Seraph? Callie Cobat said, why isn't AJ using prior testimony? He has been a little bit. He said at a prior hearing, you said this, at a prior hearing, you said that. I just think that the FBI stuff is kind of the showstopper until we get to the Google searches. Because bringing in the FBI stuff before the Google searches, I have to wonder if the jury's sitting there being like, in 10 minutes, you forgot in 10 minutes, you forgot in 10 minutes. Okay. How often are expletives in your notes? Not often. They're in my brain and I say them out loud. They're not often in my notes. Every now and then there's like a big asterisk for something I want to remember, but my notes are generally either direct lines of testimony that stuck out to me that I want to remember or my impressions. Sarah said, Emily, can another defense lawyer tap in and ask questions to a witness? One horse, one rider. It is not a relay race. So no, they cannot. There's no tapping in and tapping out. Even Fred reacts to sounds and wakes up. Yes. I mean, it's a cat wake up. So it's like a side eye, but yes. This was a great question from Dorothy earlier in the chat. And then I am going to go get food. I want to make sure court is not back yet because they should be back pretty soon. But this was a great question and I grabbed it earlier. Legal impeachment, I realize, is a bit different than maybe colloquial understandings of the word. And I think it's helpful. I'm just gonna make sure we're on court and I can see what's happening. I think it's helpful to talk about. Does impeachment mean the testimony is struck? No, but it allows the jury to disregard that part of the testimony or all of the testimony. So impeachment means you said this before and you didn't say this now. the jury can draw the conclusion to not trust anything that witness says, and there's a jury instruction about it if you find that the witness is not credible. So the jury can disregard everything, but the testimony is not struck. Testimony being struck means that it is struck from the record. I mean, there's a record that it was struck, and the jury's told to disregard it. This is not, I'm telling the jury to disregard it. This is the jury is allowed to say, I don't believe shit you say at all. Or the jury can say, you know what, I found that part credible. I didn't find that part credible at all. We can pick and choose. So that's what it means. Hopefully that is helpful. All right. I'm going to take, 10 minutes. The feed's doing weird things. So I'm going to go take a look at that. I'm going to take 10 minutes. It is my fervent intention to be back at 1 o'clock Central. If court is not back yet, I might take a little bit longer. But I'm going to be back as close in real time as I can be because I will be snacking. Miguelina, where is my prep doc? There it is. I found it. I didn't have it. Now I found it. So we can put on our hold music for lunch. Law Nerds, you are the best. Today's a hard day with this witness. I think there are good things about this witness's testimony that have been helpful. I think there are not great things about this witness's testimony. It's very different testimony from last time. It is a whole different style, and it's really interesting to see how different it is from the last trial. So, Law Nerds, it's good to see you. There are particular witness testimonies that bring out all of the internet. So just thank you to the moderators. Just Law Nerds, hang in there. But also try to put yourself in the position of the jurors if you can. It is hard. And see what they've seen only. Remember that when jurors come into a case, if they feel like they are being tricked or that there's this big difference that's not a big difference, jurors do not take kindly to feeling like one is being pulled over on them. And so there could be a very different experience watching this case for the first time or sitting in the courtroom vis-a-vis watching these lawyers interact when the jury's not there and watching this case as it has unfolded from the first trial. I am doing my best to try to see it how the jury may see it and also separate out what I know and the things that I'm just like, no. Because so far, her testimony has come across more concise, more likable, but I also think that makes the points in cross where she over-explains more noticeable. Now, whether the jury will read that as Alan is being too hard on her, or whether the jury will read that as, well, that's a direct question. Why are we not answering it? It's going to depend on the jury. But it is a very different testimony, and this witness is not nearly as defensive with Jackson. She's not trying to go toe-to-toe with him as much. And I think that was a solid choice. So mods, thank you. You guys make sure to hydrate. Make sure to grab snacks. We're going to need them. And then we're going to ride through the rest of the day. We're going to ride through the rest of it. We got it. I'm going to go put my hair up. It's making me crazy. So MB in the chat said she's like a different person this trial. Yeah, and this is the only one they've met. AJ tried to insinuate it. Have you softened your testimony? And the jury might just be like, what are you even talking about? We'll see. But the FBI thing, that's a big thing for me. Let me know if it's a big thing for you in the chat. Let's get some lunch. I will see you in a minute. It's time. It's time for lunch. Emily, you keep talking. I know. It's because I know we're not going to have as much time for questions afterwards. That is why. The exposition is just there. All right. Let's go. Oh, that's loud. Emily, turn it down. Damn. I'm going to try to keep it turned down a little bit. So it's just so much louder than court. Bye, guys. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hello, chat. Y'all ready to go back to court? I had to get the desk going. The chair's just, I don't know how to get rid of the chair while the desk is up. There's not really any good way to do it. That definitely made it worse. We'll fix it when we get to court. Are you guys ready to get to court? I'm ready to get to court. We do not have much Zoom room, but if they go to sidebar and what have you, we'll just answer questions. Nishay has a great question. How do you help witnesses get past the neurodivergent tendency to over-explain everything? Girl, I'm with you. I am an over-explainer. I am very much an over-explainer. I think it's fair to talk to the attorney that's doing the direct examination and say, this is where I'm at, and let the attorney bring that in your direct. And then in your cross-examination, if they're yes, no, you have to do your best to say yes, no. But it can be uncomfortable. And then you have to trust that the attorney doing the direct will come back to the things that are important. It's hard because you have to trust other people to get it right. And it's not always easy. And you have to not try to manage perception. And I think that's the hardest thing that we're seeing in this cross is the attempt to manage perception. With Ian Whiffen, like his testimony or not, there wasn't a lot of that. You left this out of your timeline. Yes. He's not trying to manage whether people think that's good, bad, and different. It's just the answer to the question. And that can be hard. Managing expectations is tough. And I think those of us that are neurospicy do it a lot because we feel misunderstood a lot. And it's like, no, I wasn't saying that. It's a... Right. We're also used to when people are like, you're not paying attention. It's like, I am paying attention. It might not look to you like I'm paying attention, but I am. Like, but my hands need to be busy so my brain can listen and my eyes might not be on you, but I am paying attention. We're used to it, but it's hard. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready, chat? Let's go back to court. I want to make sure that the volume's on. I got the stand desk on, so it's a little harder for me to see that button. But let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go back to court, shall we? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. My volume's up. I don't hear y'all. I don't hear anything. I hope it comes back soon. Let's fast forward until we hear them unmute, I suppose. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Jurors.
There we go.
All right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So these old courthouses. So
we're told that we blew a fuse. With all the technology they have in this courtroom, that shocks me none.
That's why we couldn't get started on time. So
that shocks me none.
These old courthouses. So
that shocks me.
All right, we
not
appreciate
at all.
your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
I'll take the
Thank you,
Zoom
Your Honor.
room, though.
Ms. McCabe,
I'll take it.
when you first
Trial is
saw
dynamic.
Miss Reed's SUV pull up very shortly
Blue fuse is
thereafter,
funny.
you sent a text to
It's
John
fun.
O'Keefe,
It's
correct?
funny.
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV.
Emily, they're one question in. Here's what's so frustrating about it. You walked to the door, you saw the SUV, and then you sent a text. So your texts have the time that you texted John when you saw the car. Why are we just fucking around with Julie Nagel's screenshot of a text she sent her brother when they're also making the same text messages? I looked at the door, I saw the car, I sent John a text. Just bring in her texts for the time.
Be outside and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think you've seen this before. Yup.
May I ask one foundational question before
Okay.
I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
I
Do you
think
think
you
it
can
would
get
refresh your
self-study
recollection to look at all
CLE for
those
trial
in one fell
watching.
swoop as you look at this document?
But it depends on
So
your
I don't have to go back and
jurisdiction.
forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Some of them are, because some of them
help you to remember?
Yeah.
some of them
Why
came
don't you
into
bring it to Ms.
some of them came into evidence with the cell phone timeline from John's phone. Oh, Emily, that means that the ones from her phone aren't in evidence because the ones from John's phone are in evidence. Fair enough. But yes, this is not a memory contest. The jury's going to be like, then why were we going around and around before lunch about what time?
Tabs, not that whole document.
Okay.
2 days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Teresa, I appreciate that. Teresa in the chat said, Emily, I'm glad you hold both sides of the same
Yes.
spectrum. I don't always like it, but I understand being fair. Look, I'm here to comment on the lawyer's lawyering.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
I'm rooting for good lawyering, so I'm telling you how I see it.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here?
I really like Attorney Alessi. I really didn't like yesterday that he was saying the trial over and over. And I thought the court should admonish him, and she did. I don't always like Attorney Brennan's style, but there's times his questioning has been very good. So it's fair, I think, to want to see good lawyering and call out where we're seeing the lawyers do things, even when their styles don't match up. And when there's times that I like a lawyer and might not like what they're doing at the moment, I'm just going to tell you, because lawyers.
Here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here.
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
Sounds
I
right.
don't know if, exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
Just sounds right. Don't assume.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
And this is where I said earlier that I wonder if the witnesses being in this order has thrown off some of the flow for the defense. So
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Shakia, this is a great question. Can the jurors write questions to ask the witnesses not in Massachusetts? Or if it's allowed in Massachusetts, it's not done in this courtroom like we've seen in other cases. I like when jurors can ask questions, though I didn't practice in a jurisdiction that did that. I think what can be really hard for jurors is when they are writing questions to ask and those aren't proper questions and then they don't get asked. And if the jurors are like, well, fuck, man, why aren't you answering my questions? Like, and you're not told why they're not answering your questions. They're not told it's not proper evidence. It's just questions get asked or don't, and jurors are out of the loop. So I think it can be really frustrating for jurors to not know why a question's being asked or not. Let's see.
Were you okay?
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January
That's so much
29th,
better.
2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, I'm sorry, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to?
This is because of the order of the witnesses.
At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds. From Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello.
A stipulation means both sides agree
12:42
that this is what
and 9
happened at
seconds.
what time and what they said.
Text message
From
from
her
Jennifer
phone.
McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're
Stipulation
agreeing to,
means the
Mr. Brennan?
attorneys have agreed.
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Cellbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front lawn. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Cellbrite report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
Easy peasy.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Right.
Yes.
You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
As a matter of
Because she
fact,
didn't see
Mr.
it.
Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay.
She didn't say she went to look 5 times. I think that's fair.
It's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look out the door.
She didn't say she went to the door 5 times.
And text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
Compound.
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question
That
is
makes
this.
sense.
Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Right. Chat, I know she didn't say it today. That's why he's now saying, you previously said it's got to go in order. She didn't say it today. That's not what
Yeah,
she
you're
said.
right.
Yes.
And that's
Take a
why
look
he's
at the
saying,
highlighted portion.
take a look at this.
Just read that to yourself.
Didn't you previously say it's going to go in a slow order? But that's, again, it's got to be, you said it this time, then you have to be asked if you said it previously and it was different. And that's why we are now getting to, well, show me.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
It feels clunky, but it's legally completely proper.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I
That's the
apologize.
answer. I'm not
Well,
sure.
Do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly-
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty, with my memory today, that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then, and
I
by the
think
way,
that's
when
fair.
you testified as you just
She's
saw,
saying she
that was
doesn't
a year
remember.
ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare
What?
your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or
Oh, gosh.
fades a
someti-
little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts. But I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was at the flagpole, yes.
And
Toward the flagpole or
as
at the flagpole?
When you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you...
The thought process makes sense with this. I thought maybe they didn't know where
When
to
you went
park.
the second time,
We'll see how it goes.
and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole. And then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something?
She's like, I never said that. I said correct.
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Well, we're back to.
At some point,
can you show me?
Did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
We're going to get into, I imagine, quite a lot of, do you have that and can you show it to me? Yep.
Yeah.
A couple of you have asked, why didn't she just go outside and see? I don't know if anyone's ever asked her that. I don't remember her being asked.
Last year you indicated
Maybe we'll see
that
if
you
they
went
ask
to
her.
the door and saw that the SUV was gone.
Why didn't you just go to the SUV?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right.
After
and that
12:45
coincides
is the time.
with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well,
time?
that's the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides. That testimony from last year coincides
Oh, chat,
with
you're
your
right.
last text message.
Thank you for refreshing my recollection. Today has been so much. Thank you for refreshing my recollection. Chat is bae. Brennan asked her yesterday, you didn't go outside to check. And she said, why would I? I can't believe I forgot that already because the FBI stuff today. Thank you, chat. She did. Why would I? Which is also an interesting answer.
Saying hello, you noted that the SUV
right.
at
Thank you,
that
chat, you're
point
bae.
had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay.
Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Great. So we're back to 5.
You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out the
4-5.
that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early. Early
Correct.
in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
So yes.
At no time during any of this interaction
that's a
with
yes?
the door,
So
meaning
that's a
going
yes.
back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Roadway, street.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
Yep.
Like this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's when you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like
To the
something
left.
like
To
parallel
the
park.
left.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking
Just
for
saw
tire
tire
tracks, were you?
tracks.
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just
The
glanced
lights
out. There was
across
something in
the
your peripheral
street.
vision, and you made note of it.
The street light.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that
Good
lawn. It's a
point.
flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
Just answer the
You know
question.
that lawn. You've been to that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
She knows where this point is going.
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
She knows where this is going. It's a really good
Can we
point.
take a look?
And she's had the benefit of the prior cross-examination. So she knows exactly where this is going. So the SUV's gone, you see tire tracks. To see the tire tracks, you have to look out across the lawn, and yet you see nothing else. The snow is starting to stick
Yes.
enough that you see the tire tracks, but you see nothing else. She knows where it's going. And there's no answer to or for that. You saw what you saw, you didn't see what you didn't see. How it's perceived by the jury
That
Sure.
photograph for a quick second. Tell me if you
is what it is.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
And law
Not for
enforcement
identification, no.
didn't really go into the house. So
Your Honor,
there's
if I may, if
no
it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay.
there's no pictures
It's a chalk at this point.
of the view
Yes.
from the window or the door across the lawn to see if the trees or the bushes or whatever
Yes.
obscure what's to the side. There's no photos of that.
Thank you.
The jury saw the lawn. They know what the lawn looks like. They know that there are no mountains in the lawn.
What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay. The one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
I'm just trying to move the closed captioning.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
It's red, isn't it? Off to the side?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th?
Sorry, I was making the
other
noises.
than the fact that it's different weather.
Right.
The shape of the lawn.
Not the witness.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Put that down, Mr. Wolf.
Frosted Sleet in the chat asked what was the reason for the mistrial last time the jury was
So
unable
what
to
was
reach a
that marked
verdict.
as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
Not is there an objection? Is there an issue? It's the lawn's the lawn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there an issue? There are times this judge's phraseology, it's like, I'll let him have it.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No.
He was not standing or sitting.
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. You could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
But it's
Just
in
like
your,
you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks. You saw
it's
the
in your
SUV
field of view.
Sitting right in front of you, you saw through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
looked at tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I
You know,
did.
Something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
okay.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
Thanks, Eric.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
Drive safe.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Miss McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I
Interesting
didn't
choice
look
of
for a
words.
body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw
Interesting
those.
choice of
I
words.
did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning.
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
Correct. The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle?
No.
And he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction. Not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't see
You
that
don't need to
search.
explain. You looked out the window, you didn't see anything. Why are we explaining?
Toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out, yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended
big,
seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the driveway, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
There it is.
You would have driven
Yes.
directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
Yup.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Yup.
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband Matt? Did he turn on the brights, or did he leave the beams on low, or do you know?
Brights
I
can
don't know.
suck in the snow, though.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
Do the
You
lights
did
light
not
up
see
the
anything out of the
road?
ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly
don't
did not see
need to
John
explain.
O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing,
Just
laying
no.
prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
About sandwiches.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
He sounds disgusted.
As
Bread or
you
peanut butter or
passed by that
something.
location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You
His
certainly
two
never heard
quest-
anybody say anything.
His two questions were about Julie and Sarah. You didn't hear either of them say anything out of the ordinary, and the answer was no.
Like, what was that, or anything close to that?
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
So that's a yes.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question.
Okay.
Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan,
I think that's a
how close
fair
did you have to
clarification.
get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone. Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but...
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. You remember saying, I had to get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony, I'm sorry.
I mean, okay. They got very close.
Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year
I
you
bet there's a
testified that
transcript.
you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him.
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Roberts went over.
That's what she said.
And she started removing snow from John's face.
That's what you
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jeff?
That's what you said.
May 17, 2024, RT 114.
I don't know if this is different than what she said yesterday,
Lines 14
or at least not significantly
bottom.
different.
onto 115, line 4.
It just doesn't seem significantly
Is that how you
different.
testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face.
Right.
That's how you testified last year, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
I think
Is that
that's
how you testified last year?
I think that's what
I'm not sure. I
pretty
know.
similar to what she said yesterday.
This question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't know if
I don't
he's
think looking at
trying to impeach her with
it
what.
would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your own, sitting on that witness stand, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago now.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments.
I know that Jackson is saying, no, words matter a lot. It's not unlikely that the jury would be like, that's substantially what she said yesterday. The jury might be with her on that. Why are we fighting over these, like, walk around the car, not walk around the car? I don't know how much difference there is in this.
I do not know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just her. I don't think this testimony is that different, especially in light of what we heard about the FBI earlier today. So I guess we'll see. She said she got out, went to see them, and then was told to make the 911 call. So we'll see. Let's see if we have any Zoom room. Not much, because she's going to read this forever. We know she's going to read every single word of it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object.
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it up with Mr. Jackson's face?
Part of the reason she's looking at Brennan is because he's standing up when he objects. We can't see it, but he's already standing up. So that's part of it. I don't think she's looking at him waiting for him to object. We'll see where he goes with this. I think it's that she could see from the car versus when she got onto the lawn.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's not the same part of the.
Word that's problematic, Mr. Chair.
It's not the same part of the testimony is the problem.
Yesterday, you
He's
testified
contrasting different
that
parts of the testimony.
It was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly, all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to
She talked about the
improve your
whiteout being when they were
testimony
driving.
this year than last year, over last year?
So she
with
didn't
regard to
say
the
it in that
distance
same
you could
order.
See Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe.
No.
That's why she's
Are you
having
trying to suggest
issues
or
with
improve your
him.
testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
As you drove
Is that
up.
what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
Ms. McCabe?
Can you repeat the question?
The difference is between the as you drove up versus getting out of the car. That's where they are stuck. Because she testified about it yesterday as they drove up. That is where they are bumping heads. Because it is out of order in the way that she said it.
Question, please.
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
I'm surprised that the judge called her
You
Miss
claimed
Reed.
on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect
She said she
of
was talking to the EMT.
putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's argumentative.
McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right?
Is
April
a
26th
much better point.
versus January 29th,
It's a
2022.
much better point
Is that right?
than
Correct,
Things
yes.
were much
when you got
fresher
out of the
in your
car when
mind
you were
then
driving up.
than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would
boy.
be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Miss McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I
Do
just
you?
asked? You not answer my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
He was thinking the
And the
exact
reason you
same
wouldn't
thing.
overlook it
Will you answer mine then?
is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
She will never forget it, but she did have to call law enforcement back to tell them about it. And I imagine we're going to get to it not coming up at the grand jury. I think that is a much bigger point than at what point she was talking about the visibility.
May I approach?
Yes.
I also think that, so you saw that the car was gone and saw nothing else on the lawn, is a big deal.
you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
Some of the other points just get lost.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
Oh
I
boy.
believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
Show me
I
where
have
it
read
says
it
I
about
hit
a year
him.
ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Where does
Have
it
you
say
reviewed
it?
it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript
Spell it with your P's.
where you
Spell it with your
recount
P's.
to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Okay, we'll wait.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today,
Chat, you can't make up that it's
Counting
227
jurors,
pages.
the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions, and I'm telling the
Was it?
jurors what I know.
Was it important to you, before testifying today, that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you, before you testified, to tell these jurors, under oath, that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Is it
Mr. McCabe, you were
227
there.
pages?
They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
I don't know.
You were all asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her
He's going to have to
say
go page by page.
going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words.
I've seen a number of you ask if this is impeachment, legally, not specifically, because we're dealing with, I mean, we're not dealing with an inconsistency per se because it's information that she didn't say. So he is highlighting that I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I will never forget it. I will never forget it. I was shook, stunned. I can't. Karen, what are you saying? I can't believe you're saying that. Shocked Pikachu. But at the grand jury, less than 6 months after this happened, she didn't testify to it at all. So it is to point out, because they're going to argue, I'm sure, that her testimony has changed and has continued to evolve, which is why he was going back and forth about the whiteout conditions. Like this, the argument will be, see, the story keeps growing and getting worse for Karen. So it keeps changing. The conditions are worse. Shadowy figures. Before it was just, I saw them. So those are the points that'll be made in argument weeks from now. But I think it will probably be pretty important to the jury to be like, well, this, you were stunned. Karen, what are you even saying? I hit him. And then when she remembered it, she was like, I remember. I have to call law enforcement back and tell them. But when you're at the grand jury, telling them what happened that night with no cross-examination, you never say, and the thing that stuck out to me the most was that I heard her say to the EMT, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I was stunned. That's 6 months later. So yes, they're showing that her testimony is not consistent by pointing out what she didn't say before, to then argue that the testimony has changed or improved.
Truthfully and honestly at that time.
As he
correct?
said.
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
You know AJ's got this shit tabbed. He's going to go
Report
through
and counsel
all
lines 10
12
and 11.
times. He's going to go through all 12 times. All 12 times that she was asked what Karen Reed said.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The whitest rabbit in the chat makes a good point as she's finding that page. Karen literally admitted to saying this. I do think Karen Reed said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him?
You recounted what Miss Reed said to you over the phone.
And we've heard that from Carrie. We've heard that from Jen. We've heard that a few times. Could I have, like, the questioning, not the declarative statement. And so when we get to now it's a declarative statement, it is interesting to me that when they are looking at an unknown potential medical, that there are no reports, and the jury doesn't have this yet, they will. It's not in the EMT reports anywhere, the jury does know that she said, I hit him. The EMTs didn't testify that they told the ER when they dropped him off, he might have been hit. Because at the scene, she was screaming, I hit him. So the difference between the question and the declarative statement is where we are at. But it's not in any reports. We'll get to more of that. But my speculation will be, and continues to be, that Karen Read was screaming and freaking out. And as she was going, this and this and this and this, could I hit him? Did he get hit by a flower? That everyone was just like, she's just screaming and has no idea what happened. And so nobody wrote it down because it wasn't a declarative statement. Now, her statements in some of the interviews with her saying, could I have clipped him? Could I have done this? Could I have hit him in the knee? Could I have incapacitated him? I think that will stick with the jury more. But the fact that she didn't tell the grand jury and the fact that none of EMS wrote it down, I think significantly undercuts the DA standing up and saying, she said, I hit him. So you know that she hit him. I think it undercuts that argument. A lot.
To the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it.
Right.
She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Miss Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And that's the change. The change is from the questioning and the freaking out and the what the hell happened to the declaration that the DA will try to argue is a confession or a consciousness of guilt.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just Rhonda in the chat said, EDB, this little prep
I
talk
will.
is forcing me to watch My Cousin Vinny again for the 100th time. Of course. I shot the clerk. It's literally...
You turn to page 192.
It's why things should be reported, written down, recorded. The technology's available. Just turn on a recorder.
Line 4.
And then you can hear people's tone.
What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What?
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer
Just
a question
cite the page number.
on page 192, line
There.
4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it side by side. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone,
What the answer is.
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar, if you wish.
Okay, why don't you come to side
Sure.
bar? And bring them.
Just bring it up. There needs to be context. You can't just say your answer is this. You need the page, you need the question that was asked, and you need the context because, well, you can't just say, but your answer is this if the question's totally different. He's allowed to use the transcript, but he did not say what page. He did not refresh her recollection. He can't just read in her testimony. We got a lot of rules of evidence happening today, everybody.
Yes. Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay.
notes.
He's like, I know. But he does state things slightly different at times from how she says them, and that's causing some of the fighting.
page 192, line 4.
Because she's not.
For context,
Gonna
were you
budge on
talking
anything
about
with
a
him.
statement that was made
And
in
shouldn't. It's her testimony.
Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Oh, Chad, I know Miss Little has like 4 extra copies.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she
She's
said the phrase,
prepped.
you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193.
There we go. Back to page
line
193.
1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have
Snoring
hit
is
him,
not on my end.
correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry.
Her not fighting back with him
Okay, I've
might
read
read
it.
very differently to this
She
jury
stated, according to
than
you,
last
what if I
cross.
hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208,
I think she's
lines
trying
24 and
to,
25.
as he gets more agitated, I think she's trying to downplay more. It's an interesting difference.
I'm sorry, what? Lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank
reviewed
you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there.
Oh, snap.
Exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements
What did
were
you say?
in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today.
And that makes more
There was
sense.
many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
Girl,
May I approach?
Yes.
it makes more sense that the consistent statement from her in June is that Karen Reed was repeatedly saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Jen, Carrie, is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I? That is what is consistent. It's also consistent with why nobody would have put it in a report, with why nobody would have put Karen Reed into a cop car and said, we're going to need to talk about this I hit him situation. It is the only thing that makes sense, is that everyone heard it as could. And again, I think Karen's own words on this are going to be more impactful to the jury this time.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Well, the dramatic reading.
It's pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th.
Right.
2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time.
Oh, he just threw his binder on the table, didn't
Not
he?
one time, Miss McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
Okay.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
Oh, boy. I'm not responsible for his report. It's like if somebody's investigating whether or not
Thank
there was
you.
a crime, if there's a confession, that would be like
Particular this morning, do you still recognize it?
important.
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
Yeah,
don't
where
think
does
you're
it
gonna
say
find
that you said I hit him?
I hit him.
So again, jurors disregard the comment.
Damn it, I was talking over AJ and he got really spicy. Let me back up. Well, I was also being spicy.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning, do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. Or I
All
hit
right,
him.
so again, jurors disregard. the
Dude!
comments. So it's question, answer.
Too
comment.
far.
My question is, do you see
The chismosa in me loves these questions. The lawyer in me is like, bro, no. Too much. Back it up. The judge is already like, sir, there are rules. He doesn't care. You're not going to find it in there, Miss McCabe. And the court is just like, things you cannot fucking do in court. 101. Judge is so mad. The spice, it's not appropriate at all. It's just not, like, the audacity. It's just, but you know what? The court has strong, spicy words for the defense, and then nothing. She barks at them all day long and then makes rulings in their favor. So she's like, counsel, come on. And then it's just like, counsel, come on. If the jury feels that he is beating up on this witness, it's not going to go over well with them. If the jury is sitting there going, girl, what? Then they're going to just be like, damn. It can backfire if it's too heavy-handed. But shit. The judge's face.
the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Objection.
Damn. Judge is like just sinking in her seat.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
She doesn't know that.
I'm assuming he...
That calls for speculation. She doesn't know that.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past?
Yes, in the past.
And you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase, I hit him, show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I think the jury's clear that it's not in the report. But
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness.
can I approach the witness at sidebar? The judge is like, no, let me approach the witness.
Just grabbing the report back.
The thing is, though, if it depends on what the defense argues. If the defense is arguing this is a terrible investigation, that's one thing. But as the defense gets into, well, Proctor just wanted to pin all of this on Karen Read, and we're going to see those text messages. I'm sorry for the spoilers for everyone new to this case. There are some text messages that indicate that this trooper had strong feelings about this case early on. Why wouldn't it be in the report? If Trooper Proctor is sitting there being like, dead ass, this bitch did it, I mean, because I can't say the other words on YouTube, wouldn't it be, and Karen Read confessed to EMTs in front of Jen McCabe saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. It cuts both ways, I think. I think it cuts closer to she is trying to improve her testimony. Because Trooper Proctor was like, Karen Read did it immediately. So I think this goes both ways. I think it cuts both ways. I really think it cuts both ways. And I think it cuts more towards her testimonies evolving, not that Trooper Proctor just like left it out of the report. Because wouldn't it help? Like, I hit him, period.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I should have waited till he took a moment. I think it cuts both ways.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of
Yes, Chad, I
January 29th,
Or I
around
think it can.
4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Sustained.
Oh, she
You've been
testified.
asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
She testified yesterday that Kaylee was clutching her phone. Yes, I talked to her. Why are we backing away from it now?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I've met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
You remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Okay, he's gonna show it to, Jackson has to show it to Brennan before he brings it up to her to refresh her recollection.
Okay.
Because there are rules. Oh, they're going to sidebar.
Stretch, okay. Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, jurors, why don't you stand up
Oh.
and stretch, okay?
Jackson was looking for it.
You can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want to.
Thanks.
She's like, jurors, stand up and stretch. Law nerds, stand up and stretch. This is just, or go check on Ryan Hall y'all's stream.
So, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back and come back.
Oh, they're letting the jury out for 5 minutes. All right, let's zoom. Oh, all of y'all asking about the tea. Look, man, I do not like being involved in drama, but I want to know everything. Yeah. I want to know all of it. I don't want to be involved. I don't want it to be about me. I'm going to play the stretch music while I zoom. But I want to know. We're dead curious. I got questions about Bella's mom still. Like, there's so much left out. Like, the small town tea. And who knew everybody since kindergarten? And who went to prom with who? There is so much that's not going to come into evidence. It's not proper evidence. But, oh my God, are they even back yet? They are. We're getting close. We're getting close. All right. Woohoo! For those, I saw somebody busting out their walking pad. Get it. Get it. I can't stream and read chat and use mine. Mine's over here. I can't do them all at the same time because streaming and chat is a lot. I feel like after this trial, oh no, that's making light. Emily, that's making too light because it has become a full episode of Real Housewives. Unfortunately,
whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
what gets lost in all of this is that no one properly investigated a murder. And so much of it is so ridiculous. But at the end of the day, no one investigated this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way, they were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
What?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family, so yeah, no.
Everybody was free, all the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did,
it
I think
was
you
more
mentioned
than
this on
that,
direct
but-
examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is
It's
that right?
interesting that he moved on.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world,
Oh.
in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your
I
world?
think he backed up.
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, I just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Right. Right.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number, he had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank, is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe,
As you were talking about them.
I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53
She
phone
was
call.
debriefing.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I mean,
I don't know what he was doing.
He was a first responder or a definite police officer.
calls for speculation.
He had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
Because it
But in
calls.
fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct? Did he come back to 34 Fairview?
Now you're joking.
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
That's your request.
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard. There's still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34
before Fairview.
I forgot
Get
to
out
put
of
my
my
record scratch
cruiser,
back on,
come
Chad.
into
I
the
have one.
house and get ready for this new information
back on.
that you're going to give me. Correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well,
That's,
walk over.
Oh my God, it calls for
I
speculation.
would assume so, yes.
So he had to get his car, drive over to Blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the Blizzard, go in the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have. Correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
That's different.
Yeah, just wondering.
Yes.
Okay. He read, sorry, Chad, I'm saying that you
Thank
guys
you.
are saying he was quiet. He read in the report
turn to the orange
says,
tab.
which also is hearsay. The report says you said, she asked, could I have hit him?
Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, he's walking all over the place, which is why he gets a little harder to hear.
In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
That.
Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, you just read, something to the effect of,
Sustained.
I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an
hearsay.
officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Oh boy.
Move on, Mr. Jackson.
The reason it's a problem is because
I hope I didn't hit him.
This is a two-step process. She has to say, what I said is XYZ. And then you have to ask the officer what's in his report, not her. So the questions are improper. So the reason the judge is telling him to move on is because it's hearsay and the questions are improper. What he wrote in the report, he should not be saying to her. She's allowed to say, I told the officer X. But then you have to bring the officer in and say, officer, what did this witness tell you? And what did you put in the report? You cannot ask her that. You have to wait for the officer. It's improper. If the prosecution was doing that, the defense would ask for a mistrial because him reading it in is improper. And he's said it like 4 times now. They're not proper questions. The jury's heard it. You can't unring the bell. So the jury gets to decide if she told the officer something different or if the officer wrote it wrong. But she can't testify to what the officer wrote in a report. It is completely improper.
Or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds awful.
He can ask her if she remembers, and that's what he's doing.
Did I hit him? Did you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
You testified yesterday.
I know that it seems picky.
During that
The rules
first
of
phone
evidence
call, that first phone
are
conversation
picky.
with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh, that's what the issue was.
About 2
all
hours
right.
later.
Fair enough.
Say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning. After the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The timing is not in evidence. So he needs to break down the question and just ask on 129, you were interviewed by Sean Good, do you know what time it is? It needs to be broken down. He's trying to do too much with his questions, which the rules of evidence apply to everyone.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you,
Still
correct?
compound.
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
She doesn't know.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was
know
friendly
of
with
him.
Okay.
The witnesses being in a different order has caused
You actually
some
told
of this.
Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Nothing, apparently.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yep.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there,
Right.
and like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask, did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
What?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
It's yes or no, Mr. McCabe?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall, that is a yes or no question, do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the
She
initial
doesn't
couple
recall.
of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting
She already said she didn't recall.
or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you
I
don't
said there
recall,
was many different conversations. I am not sure.
so you don't recall.
I'm not
IDK.
sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene,
At the scene.
again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
Wait, what?
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
That's what I thought he was talking about.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
I thought he was talking about at the scene when EMS is there. And it makes sense to me that if they're asking what happened, who is this, what's going on, that she's not going to say Karen called me screaming, because Karen is still walking around yelling. So there is a time disconnect here, but the witnesses being in different order and her testifying before law enforcement has testified is making this more difficult because that information's not already in evidence. It's really interesting watching how much trouble it has caused in some of this cross-examination with her saying, I don't know who I told what to at the scene.
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question?
Clearly not.
Did you understand the last question I asked?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home.
When
correct?
was that?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
These phone calls with who?
Karen.
Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation. But according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep. Correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock. Whatever.
Okay.
Right?
Whatever.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home.
I don't know if whatever
Waking you out of a
helps.
dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better
boy.
even as we stand here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that.
She screamed it.
to grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said
What
at the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
Oh,
What was the
boy.
answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Oh, shit.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. said-
Okay,
You can.
jurors,
You can. You. Holy shit. He's going to be so fucking pissed. I had to back up.
She said.
I had to back up.
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said,
Okay,
she
jurors,
said.
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks,
We are done for today.
Ah!
You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is
Wait, what?
day. And I have to.
Did you just say there's no court tomorrow? Did you just say there's no court tomorrow? Did you just say there's no court tomorrow? Not on Rex Manning Day.
That.
All right. So, folks, we are done for today. You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So
That's why Jackson was like, I can't end it like this because they're breaking till Friday. Oh my God. The drama. The drama.
you remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors, Ms. McCabe. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Oh, boy. Is the judge going to Metallica tomorrow too? I don't know. She said Friday was a full day. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's see if they come back on the record. I don't know if they... Oh, yes, they are. Alan Jackson has pissed this judge off about as much as you can piss off a judge today, it seems. I will say, this judge ends at 4 o'clock on the dot for both sides and has cut off the prosecution as much as she's cut off Jackson. But she tells him to stop with the comments, and he doesn't. Alessi is more deferential to her and gets further with it. The judge gave him one more question, and he says, I can't end it like this. And she's like, fucking hell. Oh, boy. Brennan is more deferential to her in front of the jury. Oh, boy. We're going to watch the end of court today, but it makes sense that Jackson was like, I can't leave it like this, because they were right at that 4 o'clock hour. And there's no court tomorrow. Okay, let's see what
Mr.
happens.
Jackson, I'm not rushing you in any way. I just want to know, how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds to end the question.
Sure, take your time.
I mean, let him go to the bathroom and think about it.
I would say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
With Mrs. McCabe?
Yes.
It depends on how the rest goes, but certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
Really?
All right. So that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe. I mean, the morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. Do you have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right. And nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right. All right. We'll see you on Friday.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, man. I am so surprised there's no court tomorrow. I'm not mad about it. Don't get me wrong. I am not mad. Emily, what are you doing tomorrow? I'm going to sleep the fuck in. I am tired. Metallica Day has just gotten so much easier. I am unreasonably gleeful about the extra day. It feels like a day off that you didn't expect. I didn't expect it. Should I have looked? Probably. Did I? No. I'm so excited. Friday though, Friday's going to be something. Oh boy. Let's see if we can summarize the end of that cross-examination, because at the end of day 84, No, it's not day 84 of trial. It is day 8. It's been 84 years. At the end of day 7, we have had 7 days of testimony. At the end of day 7 of the Karen Read retrial, Jen McCabe is still on cross-examination. And we had the benefit at the very end of the day of the court letting us know, A, there is no court in session on, well, it's gonna be May. There is no session for May 1st, Thursday, Metallica Day for me. But she asked the parties how long they thought they had with Miss McCabe, probably to look at the Commonwealth and be like, do you have witnesses for the afternoon? Because we're not gonna have another day where you don't have witnesses, Commonwealth. Alan Jackson said he has another 1.5 to 2 hours of cross-examination with Jen McCabe. And then Brennan said, well, with how things are going, I've got like 20 minutes of questions. We'll see how it goes. He's not going to do much in redirect at all, is he? He's just going to be like, Miss McCabe, it's been 3 years. You don't remember what you told officers, do you? You remember what happened, though, don't you? That's what redirect's going to be. So at the end of cross-examination, we started to see, as Alan Jackson was bringing up the prior testimonies from grand juries and what have you, he went through the line of questioning that at the grand jury, Jen McCabe never said, not once, not ever, and this is the state grand jury in June of 2022, that Karen Read said, I hit him. He went through page after page after page of grand jury testimony where she repeatedly said, Jen McCabe, that Karen Read said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? But never once, not once, did she testify, I heard Karen Read say, I hit him, period. So we started following up that cross-examination and it got a little lost, I think, with what members of law enforcement she told that Karen Read said that. Here's where things get interesting, is that with this testimony, law enforcement hasn't testified yet. And with law enforcement not having testified yet, the jury has not heard from them what Jen McCabe said, what they put in their reports, what they remember, what they did. Last time Jen McCabe testified, almost all of law enforcement had already testified, if not all. So Jackson is stuck in the position where Jen McCabe is saying, I don't remember what I told law enforcement. I remember what happened here. I don't remember what I said to this officer. I don't remember what I said to that officer. I don't remember. This is what I remember happening. I don't remember who I said what to. I don't remember. But he then has to call those officers to say, did Jen McCabe tell you Karen Read said I hit him, period? Did you put that in your report? Where is that memorialized in your report? It becomes choppier. So the cross-examination of that got real messy with hearsay and police reports and got shut down after multiple objections with that, because it has to wait for the officers to testify. Because Jen McCabe says, I told the officers that. When it comes back around, what we're going to see is it's not in any of the reports. But the jury doesn't know that yet. Jen McCabe's demeanor with Alan Jackson for most of this cross is a bit different. When she talks over him, she apologizes most of the time. She has been much firmer in, I don't recall what I said there, I just remember what happened that day, and not speculating. We will see how that reads to the jury. There is a long way to go in this trial. I think that her demeanor on cross has been largely better than the first trial. And I think the order of witnesses has made it more difficult for the defense. Brennan has also made it more difficult for the defense. There's a lot of things that Attorney Lally just did not object to. And Brennan is objecting much more vociferously in this trial. And a lot of those objections were proper. It's a very regimented process of how you go about bringing that information in. I think the points that were made, or at least stuck out to me very clearly in cross that didn't feel overly drawn out, were not telling the grand jury. They're talking about that state grand jury that's closer in time to when this happened. And never once does she say, Karen Read said, I hit him, period. Everything she said at the grand jury was a question. And so I think we are starting to see where Jen McCabe's testimony is very smooth and very linear and very consistent and very easy, and where she refuses to answer questions. And one of the areas where she absolutely was refusing to directly answer the question is after 12:45 p.m., when she looked out the window or the door and saw that the SUV, Karen Read's SUV, was gone from 34 Fairview and saw the tire tracks in the freshly fallen snow. She just couldn't testify about whether or not she had to look out across the lawn to see the street. Because house, lawn, street. And there was so much fighting in that testimony to not say, I looked out over the lawn and I saw the tire tracks. It was, well, I glanced and I noticed the tire tracks. Well, I didn't really look towards the flagpole. I just glanced over there. That testimony, Jen McCabe knew what was coming from Alan Jackson. She's been cross-examined before, knew how it appears. And this is my opinion. It seems that she is trying to downplay or explain away why after the SUV is gone, she sees nothing on the lawn. Instead of just saying, I saw the tire tracks, I didn't see anything else. And it's different from other witness testimony, where it's, I did this, I heard this, I forget this, I remember this. It's, I glanced there. I wasn't really looking that direction. There is so much tight management of, you saw the street from the house, and between the house and the street is the lawn. And I think Alan Jackson did a really good job of slowing that part of cross-examination down to illustrate, or at least it illustrated to me, that she refused to answer that she was looking out the window and saw nothing on the lawn. She just wouldn't say, I saw nothing on the lawn. I looked out, yeah, the lawn's right there. There was always an explanation to it. There were other parts of cross where I can see the jury feeling that the point is just not being made. And it's like, move on. There were times that I was like, move on. When everything is a big deal, nothing's a big deal. I think there are some very big deals in her cross-examination. I also think there are some things that were made a big deal of that maybe needed to be made with other witnesses. Because the very big deals to me are, so the SUV's gone and you're looking past the lawn and you don't see anything. And you've testified previously and didn't say that Karen Read said, I hit him. And you forgot about all these conversations you had before the FBI was at your door when you told them, I just need 10 minutes. I think there are some very big deals in that testimony. And I am very interested to see what redirect looks like. And I wonder if redirect is going to look like, this was traumatic for you. You found your friend in the snow. Do you remember every officer that you spoke to? I imagine that's what we're going to see in redirect. But oh man, that FBI testimony, wasn't that something? All right, let's answer some questions. Court will be back on Friday. I will talk to Team Baker. I think maybe what we should do tomorrow is have a short day a little bit later and cover day 4. But let me talk to the team and see what everybody's got going on, and then we'll pick a time. I'll let you know in the app. But I think tomorrow might be our time to cover day 4. It's really short. We've only got like an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 30 minutes or whatever to day 4. It's not much. And maybe we just run it back and catch up on the testimony I missed while I was taking my kiddo to DCI stuff. So I will talk to the team. I'll let you know in the app. I make no promises, but I'll let you know in the app. It's pretty short testimony, and if we do that, that's all we will do. I also will likely record the podcast tomorrow, so I will let you guys know in the app and the member spaces when I cover the podcast tomorrow. So yeah, Miguelina, that makes sense. We'll figure out a time and we'll app it. Miguelina's saying, dude, the team's ready to ride. Like Team Baker's like, let's go. I'll let you guys know what time we are wheels up. Oh, man. Man, oh, man, oh, man. Man, oh, man. Let's get to some questions, shall we? I don't know. Emily, do you want to play the fact around and find out? No, I think we need to just
Respect my authority!
I forgot that I had put that on the soundboard. I'm going to move it today because I feel like we got there today. We just
Respect my authority!
That's where we were today. That's where we were today. For those of you asking, when did the FBI testify? The FBI didn't testify. Jen McCabe testified about agents from another agency, because they can't say FBI, asking her questions. They are trying to step around or jump around. It is Boston. They are trying to not say the FBI. I think it probably came in once. Prior trial has come in. They are trying to be careful. The jury may notice, they may not. They don't have the context we do. So without the context, it might just slide on by because so much is happening in this case that there will be stuff that the jury will pick up on that we don't, and stuff that we don't, or that they don't pick up on that we do because we know about the case differently. Becca said, got my wild grain order today, chocolate croissant. They are bae. They are 10 out of 10. They are 10 out of 10. Even though today I decided that we were going for the lemon raspberry biscuit. It was so good. SVT Medic said, can Jackson call her back for questions after police reports get put into evidence? I love that you asked this question. First point of clarification, police reports are not going to be in evidence. The jury's not going to have them to look at them. The officers will come in and testify. Unless there is a rule from this judge that I am unaware of, they should be able to do that. I don't know if they will need to. I don't know if they will need to. The thing that will be difficult for Alan Jackson, and I would love you guys to tell me what you think about this. The thing that will be difficult for Alan Jackson is he is going to be arguing that this was a terrible investigation. So is the argument that Jen McCabe told them, I hit him, and police just didn't write it down? Or is the argument that this is one of the things law enforcement got right and Jen McCabe is lying on the stand to enhance or improve her testimony? Because if Proctor, when we get to Proctor, just wants Karen Read to go down for everything, don't you put, she confessed and said, I hit him in the report? Because Jen McCabe says, I told Proctor Karen said I hit him. And the jury heard the questions that were improper, that it's not in there. But yes, the officers can come in later. And I think the argument is this testimony has changed. That's not what she told law enforcement. But also, how can we know law enforcement didn't record anything? They didn't treat this like a crime scene. You know, it's not a scene. It's a goddamn arms race. No, that's not true, Emily. It's a goddamn murder trial. And nobody recorded witness statements or took them independently or took pictures or measurements or preserved evidence or made a chain of custody. But alas, you bring me a case and are like, hey, so this is a homicide, but there's no chain of evidence. What? Yeah, what you got there is a case that I don't know how that's going to be prosecuted. I'm going to need someone to come in here and explain to me how the fuck you investigate a murder case and do not log evidence. Okay. Emily, did you work as a filing deputy for a while? Yep. And when people brought me shit that didn't make sense, you know what I said? Why don't you tell me how you will explain this to a jury? Because I can't think of it. Okay, come back when there's evidence. I also worked in a very, very busy jurisdiction, so it's not like there weren't lots of cases. If you don't do your job, I can't do mine. I see a lot of you ask me, is Proctor testifying? One way or the other. One way or the other, Proctor's going to testify. One way. Because it's going to be real interesting if the prosecution doesn't call him. Like, what's worse? What's worse for the prosecution's words? What is worse for the prosecution's case in chief? To not call Proctor and let the defense call Proctor and be like, so this. Or for the prosecution to call him and then them to cross-examine him and say, so this. Like, it's bad both ways. But which one's worse? You let me know what you think in the chat. You let me know. Terry needs coffee. Thank you. I won't. We're going to answer a few questions and then do that. Michelle asks, why does the judge cut Jackson off and allow the witness to keep talking? This is purely speculation on my part, but there were questions Jackson repeatedly was asking that were inappropriate. So Jackson was putting the hearsay into the question so the jury would hear the question come out of his mouth. And did it repeatedly. And she was like, no. But when he asked a more open-ended question and the witness kept answering, he was like, thank you. And it's like, no, I'm going to let her finish, which is discretionary on the part of the judge. Witnesses are allowed to complete their answer. And I think part of it is that this witness didn't do that with every single question. It is rare that you will get to a witness who is instructed by the court in front of the jury to answer. And it's normally a witness that refuses to answer anything. She didn't refuse to answer anything. There were moments. So that is my perspective on it. And there are times that the judge just cuts through all of it, which can be hilarious, and looks at the witness and like, did you say that? Did you say that? And I'm like, shit. And there are times where she looks at the attorney and is like, move on. It is how she runs her courtroom. But it is completely within the judge's discretion. And there were questions in there from Jackson that were a push. like a push. And here's the thing that's hard. If you have an opinion on this witness that you come into this case with, the jury doesn't, but us watching, if you have an opinion on this witness, it's easier to be sitting there if you do not like this witness and be like, get him. And then be frustrated when the judge cuts off inappropriate questions because you're like, no, I want to know. Like, fair. But if Brennan's doing that to a witness that you like, you're like, what the? Back up, buddy. What the fuck are you? Slow your goddamn roll, Brennan. So it is difficult when the questioning is versus a witness that you're like, yeah, and that, versus a witness where you're like, how dare you, sir? And so that's a little bit of where we're at. I hope that if Brennan starts going that direction in some of his crosses, the court will be just as strict. We will have to see. I hope we will. Because there were definitely times so far in voir dires when Brennan was going off the fucking rails. And I was pissed that the judge didn't admonish him more. The judge is like, that's enough, Mr. Brennan. Really? That's it? That's it? That's it? But there were things that Jackson asked today that were out of pocket on cross. I suspect we will see questions that Brennan asks that are out of pocket on cross. I really do. All right. I'm going to answer a few more questions. Katie says, McCabe has practiced her mellow. Yes. I think it was much more effective. It doesn't feel like she is pulling Jackson into fighting with her. It feels like he's yelling at her and she's like, stop. It's going to land differently than her last testimony with the jury. It's 100% going to land differently. A Rose said, can Jackson get her grand jury testimony as impeachment? He has her grand jury testimony. He was reading it in and questioning her about it, but they won't get the transcript of it. They have the testimony of it, and they did that. Let's see. Tiffany said she has the worst memory for some things. When it comes to what you told a certain officer when you've talked to multiple officers, it doesn't concern me as much. I talked to 5 officers that morning. I don't know which officer I said what to. That doesn't bother me nearly as much as I don't see the lawn. I look through the lawn. I look over the lawn. That's a little harder to find accurate. A little harder for me to find accurate. Mm-hmm. Haley asked, does the defense get to know the order of the witnesses beforehand? Were they unprepared for McCabe? Or is there too much not in evidence yet for her to testify at this time? I think the order of the evidence has created some difficulties for the defense. Yes, they have a rough outline of what witnesses are coming when. The prosecution has said that they will give the defense a heads up on when people are coming. I think they've probably been prepared for her testimony for quite a while, given they know she's going to testify. They know how she testified at prior hearings. So I don't think they were unprepared for her to testify. I think they were aware. And the prosecution in this case has said that they were going to tell the prosecution or the defense the order of the witnesses as they knew it. So I think they did have a bit of a heads up. It's not that they found out Jen McCabe was taking the stand when the prosecution said we called Jen McCabe. They would have known a day or two in advance. And the prosecution can shift witness order around depending on scheduling. I don't think they did in this. I think the order of the cell phone expert and then Jen McCabe made sense. So I would assume that they told the prosecution, we're going to call this witness and then Jen McCabe, or the prosecution told the defense that. So we will see. Let's see. Casey Cat said closed captioning is having a hard time with Trooper Proctor. It's like the lollipops or the chupacabra. I'm not surprised. Janice said, love your perfect use of chisme. Very Californian. Yes, It's so Cal. Also, there is no word is perfect. There just isn't. There just isn't. Kimberly, I saw all the congratulations in the chat earlier. It was a very busy day. Congratulations on your wedding. Congratulations to finding a partner who's like, I absolutely want to hear about it. So just re-entering the world today. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. And don't forget, we have the case briefs on the Emily Show channel if you just need those. Some of them are more brief, some of them are less brief, but those are on the case brief channel if you need to look at them. All right, let's see. We've got, was in Nashville this weekend and overdid it on Cronuts. Fair enough. I'm worried about weather tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to check out weather because the weather is just like sketch. Also, 2 things, and then I've got to jump. Law Nerds. Get the Law Nerd app. I'll let you know when I'm streaming tomorrow. It's going to be late. It's definitely not going to be at 8 a.m. or 8:15 or 8:30. It's going to be later. Maybe later than our normal time. So tomorrow, get the Law Nerd app. I'll let you know when we're streaming. We will pick up day 4. We've got time. Court on Friday. I'm just going to put on a hat. We're going to do our best. It's going to be fine. I'm going to try not to lose my voice. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Law Nerd Shop. We had numerous requests for the tumblers. We have a few left. So we added the tumblers that literally we found in the warehouse, which was lovely, into the Law Nerd Shop. So if you did not get your oil slick tumbler when these originally were released, we have a few left. They are in the Law Nerd Shop now. If you want them, lawnerdshop.com. This is our last round of these. It's going to be a minute before we have tumblers like this back in the shop. So we have the rest of those in the Law Nerd Shop for you. They are custom etched. They are oil slick. I loves them. I know you guys do too. They are my favorite. So if you are interested in those, they're in the shop. I think the matte black ones sold out. There might be a few of these left, but we also had some of the matte black ones. So I love them both. I don't know if these sold out already, but we put the ones that we could find into the shop because you guys had asked for them. So they are in the shop. I see a lot of you asking about merch for the summer. We are navigating the world in 2025. So when we will have another launch, I am optimistic it will be in the summer. We are working on tailoring our merch and figuring out international shipping the best that we can. These are going to ship in the US because right now international shipping is going to have all of the issues. These are going to be in the US. They are custom etched and custom cut. I love these. So I hope you guys enjoy them. They are there for you. Thank you, Law Nerds. You are the best. You guys are telling me some of the matte blacks are still available. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I am going to go get nails done. I appreciate you. I know we had so many comments about nails. We've got to get nails. We've got to get nails. We've got to get nails done for Metallica. Law Nerds, you are the best. It is good to see you. I appreciate you. I will send you an app notification tomorrow, and then I will see you for court Friday. Are we going to be tired? Yes. Are we going to do it anyway? Yes. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Law Nerds, you're the best. I will see you soon. It's time to go. It's just time to go. Where is I moved my outro and now I can't find it. Where did it go? It just disappeared. Hold on. There we go. I will see you guys soon. Bye. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.